Incendiary statements like that, unconstitutional statements like that, ought to be condemned. And that itself should tell you that they themselves know that they are not winning. And that if it is fair, if we are really counting the votes of the people and not manipulating the numbers, they have absolutely no chance. Ghana should not be here. This is a country with enormous resources. God has blessed us so much. Just think about it. What don't we have? Is it a human resource? Is it gold? Is it diamond? Is it timber? Is it water bodies? Is it lithium? Rosewood? What don't we have? We have virtually everything. We are where we are because of bad leadership. Leaders who don't love the country. They have just no iota, no scintilla of love for the country. That's why we are where we are.
Honorable.
Yeah.
Say the election is over.
Yeah.
We get up, we hear the results. The MPP has booked it. How would you react?
It will be a nightmare that I doubt will happen. Because, look, we've never had a worse government than this government. And as their own member, Ohininto, said a few days ago, that if the MPP wins this election, then it means that the Ghanaian people do not respect themselves. And it means that the MPP can continue to mess us up. It is really not possible for the MPP to win this election. But you see, we are not complacent. Because if you listen to them, they know they cannot win fair and square. They want to rake. They want to do everything to manipulate, to engage in gerrymandering, to just force themselves. And that is why you hear the likes of the Honorable Brad Champon say that, look, whether you like it or not, by hook or crook, we are going to force ourselves in power. Then you hear the president himself say that, look, I will not hand over to former President Mahama. You see, incendiary statements like that, unconstitutional statements like that, ought to be condemned. And that itself should tell you that they themselves know that they are not winning. And that if it is fair, if we are really counting the votes of the people and not manipulating the numbers, they have absolutely no chance. So with all of that, rhetoric makes us to be extra vigilant, and we have assured the Ghanaian people that their votes will count. We are going to make sure that there is absolutely no way that somebody joins the queue for so many hours, casts a ballot, and then somebody sitting somewhere in some unknown place decides to alter the actual results. We are not going to allow that. And we also want the Ghanaian people to know that, you see, don't leave the vigilance to only the polling agents or the NDC. Make sure that you are also keenly following. Fortunately, in this country, if you look at our electoral laws, you are allowed to come back for collation. We do the collation at every polling station publicly. So come back to your polling station, or if you can wait and observe the counting, make sure that the counting, if you look at our electoral laws, after the count, it ought to be posted, published publicly. Make your notes so that when you get home and you are listening to radio or KSM show and it is some other results that you have heard from your polling station, it can be challenged. So we are calling on all Ghanaians because you see, we cannot be everywhere, and even though we are putting in place the best mechanisms to have the most credible, loyal, trusted agents, at the end of the day, once we are all involved, and I keep saying that, look, this election is not about MPP NDC. It's about the soul of our nation. There are so many top MPP people who tell us that, look, we don't recognize our party anymore. This is not what the MPP was formed for. This is not what our party stands for. So you guys, do your best. Let's rescue this country. Then after, we can all think about political ideology. So it is really, a few people in a cabal versus the rest of us, versus the whole country. And that is the mindset we must go into this election with.
What to be says they have 1 billion ways. Can you?
Tell the NDC people, we have 1 million ways to win 2024 elections. We have 1 million ways to win 2024 elections.
It's all a big joke. It's all a big joke. It's all a big joke. Look, if you have done well, you have not engaged in state capture, you have not looted, you have not disrespected the people, violated the people's rights, why should you be thinking about other ways? Elections is simple. Appealing to the people and asking them to vote for you. When you start saying their votes don't really matter, you have many ways. You use hook or crook. You will not hand over. It should tell you that they know they have failed. And that it is not really about the people's verdict, but it is ways and means. And you see, African politicians must learn. We have seen in recent times how the youth, the masses, the Gen Zs have risen up. And all the people who were yabbing, oh, won't hand over, won't do this, won't do that, they were running for cover. And they were compelled to immediately implement reforms. See what happened in Kenya. What happened in Nigeria recently, in Bangladesh. And we've seen the takeovers in other countries.
How do you react to this? So, it's been happening. We know Kenya, we know this, but Ghanaian youth, they seem to be relaxed, a bit more laid back. How do you react to that? Do you see Ghanaian youth, the Gen Zs in Ghana, being that radical? That no, we won't take this anymore? It's like
you see, it is the Osajifo, the founder of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, who said that the Ghanaian people are naturally slow to anger, but don't underestimate them. When they strike, they are unstoppable. You see, we forget our history. We are the same people who defeated slavery. The same folks. The same people who fought the colonialists. We were the first country to attain independence in 1957. Other bigger countries like Nigeria and the rest had to learn from us. They had to come steady from us at our feet. We had the International Students Hostel to train the likes of Mugabe, to train Azikiwe and others to follow our footsteps. We are the same people who defeated the British, the likes of Yasantua, and the others. So we take our time to observe. We give you a long rope, but don't take that to be weakness. We forget that even in recent history, in 1979, what happened? No matter what you say about the founder of the NDC and the founder of the Fourth Republic, Jerry John Rawlings, the people rallied behind him. And the people said, look, let the blood flow. We want justice and all of that. We have had enough. It's the same country. So people forget our history and they think that, look, my analysis of the situation is that why the Gen Zs, the young people, the masses are just doing it's because they know there's an election around the corner.
So they are counting
on that election
occasion to
exactly that December 7 is not far. Less than 120 days
not to
away.
Cut you off.
So that on December 7 they will effect the change that they want.
Okay. Not to cut you off, I think I did a show once and I was talking about why do people seem so silent? I expected some more vigilance, some more anger, and then somebody told me, KSM, what the people are saying is this: listen to what we are not saying. And I thought that was so deep.
Yeah.
If you think they are silent, all they are saying is that listen to what we are not saying. Yeah. Basically, that's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. And the Akans have a great saying, "Mekuse kuse wa mitrimo." So they are just quiet. Let's observe. Let's watch them. They think that we are not rational. We are not reasoning. They think that we can be taken for granted. When we tell them that stop your extravagance, stop your profligacy, stop your state capture. Why is it that we should be living in a country? People will be dying at Kolebu. 19 people have died. Just 2 million cedis for consumables. And yet, we can spend $58 million on a pit, the world's most expensive pit. You live in a country that has a presidential jet. A president can decide that it's not luxurious enough. As for me, I want to shower in the skies. And I'm not making this up. The defense minister came to parliament in response to my urgent question. When parliament wanted to know the justification for that. He said, oh, it's not luxurious enough. A jet that President Kufuor ordered in 2008 arrived in 2010, bespoke. Professor Mills was happy about it, used it. President Mahama was happy about it, used it. Only President Akufo-Addo says that it's not luxurious enough for him. At one time, his spokesperson said he's not comfortable, he can't even stretch. Meanwhile, with all due respect, if we look at the height of the person who ordered the jet, and those who used it before him and didn't complain, all kinds of unacceptable, ridiculous excuses to go and charter jet for 20,000 euros an hour. You remember how many months I kept criticizing the president? Because look, as somebody who works in the foreign affairs space, in the corridors of international relations, I was picking up the vibes. The diplomats meet you and what's wrong with you guys? You are coming to us to beg for money, to beg for vaccines, to ask for aid. And you are arriving with 20,000 euros an hour, luxury jets. Meanwhile, our president, you are coming to beg for support, for aid, for assistance. Flies commercial. They have stuck to their old presidential jets. The Americans have been using their presidential jets since 1991. Some of the jets are more than 20, 30 years old. Yours just arrived, in 2010. It's not even up to 12 years old. And this is what you are doing. And how do you expect our taxpayers? Because it's not our personal resources we are giving you. Money from our taxpayers. When our taxpayers ask us, that do you think that this Ghanaian leader, these Ghanaians, deserve any assistance? What do we tell them? And the president won't stop. He continued. You remember at a point in time, he did what I call the meet me there. So because the criticism was piling up, becoming overwhelming, let me deceive Okujato Ablakwa and his gang and the Ghanaian people and pretend that I'm flying commercial. So the first leg, Obiambe Hume, I am going on British Airways or Emirates. And then in transit, he asked the private jet to meet him in transit. We had to intercept that as well and expose that until we became so broke, so bankrupt, and then he had to stop. But the analysis we have done, about $100 million went into that.
$100 million?
$100 million went into those profligate, sybaritic, extravagant, ostentatious, self-aggrandizing travels. Totally needless. And you see, I've been big on accountability, looking at the opportunity cost, all of this wastage, what those monies could be used for. Take the recent expose I put out, where the president's daughters and their business partners are buying spare parts, $34.9 million. Only in Ghana, where the spare parts is more expensive than the ambulance itself. The ambulance spare parts is more expensive than the Auditor General discovers that the cost of the ambulance is $80,000. That itself is another scandal. We paid $145,000 for an ambulance which should have cost us $80,000. And read the Auditor General's report. I'm not making this up. Now, after all of that inflationary pricing, one will have thought that that is bad enough. You've looted us enough. Then you cook another deal. And Kanofuriata, that was his parting gift to us. After we all agitated, said he must leave, he's destroyed lives, financial haircuts, pensioner bondholders have to go and pick it at the Ministry of Finance before they can get access to their life savings. You and your economic management team, led by Bawumia, you have wreaked so much havoc, so leave. You won't leave quietly. Your last action was to sign this $34.9 million ambulance spare parts rot for your nieces and their business partner. I mean, if Ghana, I keep asking, if Ghana is your company, will you do this? Will you run this? Run the company this way? Will you accept that the cost of spare parts should be far more than the cost of the ambulance? $113,000 for the spare parts, when the ambulance costs $80,000. I mean, where will you see this? And I can go on and on and on. It's become one day one scandal. Omuntijai, no matter what you say.
And before I go on, what is this? What started this fixation for you? Your extraordinary effort to investigate things. What prompted it? I mean, it's like every little corner you go in there and expose something. What prompted this?
So, first of all, it is a conscious effort to live. Will you do this? Will you run this? Run the company this way? Will you accept that the cost of spare parts should be far more than the cost of the ambulance? $113,000 for the spare parts, when the ambulance costs $80,000. I mean, where will you see this? And I can go on and on and on. It's become one day one scandal. Omuntijai, no matter what you say.
And before I go on, what is this? What started this fixation for you? Your extraordinary effort to investigate things. What prompted it? I mean, it's like every little corner you go in there and expose something. What prompted this?
So, first of all, it is a conscious effort to live up to my constitutional mandate. Many people forget that under the principles of checks and balances, primarily why we elect members of parliament is for them to go to parliament and serve as a check on the executive. If you look at all those who propounded this governance theory, the likes of Baron de Montesquieu, this whole, three arms of government, checks and balances, one should not be, too strong than the other. It is because, as Lord Acton said, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So, if you just allow the executive, if there is no watchdog, there is no institution really paying attention, scrutinizing, carrying out oversight, they are human. Angels don't come into office. If they see that, look, we have a blank check, then we are all in trouble. So first of all, it is that reawakening that, look, let us pay rapt attention to our constitutional mandate. Then number two, I noticed that, look, I have to become a crusader because we are dealing with a group of people who really are unhinged. They are recalcitrant. They are very intransigent. Then number three, I also noticed that they have some way, somehow, managed to virtually, silence the rest of society. When we were in power, the media was more prying. I recall every morning I'll be called. Hey, you people promised 200 e-blocks. Where are they? Our reporters are on standby. We want to see where they are. Are the contractors on site? We are not seeing that any longer.
Why? Before you go on, why is that? That suddenly the media does not seem to be as active as it was.
I think that there are a variety of factors. Key amongst these factors will be media ownership. If you really go behind the scenes, you pierce the veil. Media ownership in Ghana, the politicians own them. And a lot of the media houses are owned by politicians aligned to the MPP. So there's a greater incentive, and the journalists, the workers there, don't really fear that I may lose my job. I may be sacked, when the NDC is in power. So that's one of the factors. Number two, some of the journalists too, let's be honest, they are politicians masquerading as journalists. So they have not decided to wear party t-shirts and be on the platforms. They have decided to do their party politics at the console, in the studios. So that is also a contributory factor. Then the third factor, in my mind, clearly, as I observe the situation, has to do with the brute force. Many people will tell you that, hey, as for President Akufo-Addo, he's not like your Mahama, who is Mr. Nice. As for Mahama, if you even criticize him, that's when he tries to get closer to you to explain his side so that he doesn't take things personal. If you read Manasseh's book recently, which he launched, the book he launched recently, Manasseh is told in the face that, look, this interview you want from President Akufo-Addo, you won't get it. President Akufo-Addo is different. He's not like President Mahama. President Akufo-Addo's cousin, Gabriel Chidako, told Manasseh directly, and it's all in the book. So because of that, attitude where you will be denied adverts, you'll be denied opportunities, they will come after you, they will hound you, and don't forget that we've had situations where journalists have had to flee the country. They've had to flee the country. People forget that Manasseh had to run out of this country on 2 occasions, to South Africa and to Germany. He has documented all in his book. For safety.
He was my guest. He talked about he went through depression.
Yeah, depression. Yeah. He was being followed. He was being hounded. Where is Anas Arimaya Anas? Look at what he's gone through. There was a whole army set up to discredit him, to portray him as a terrorist. He was dragged in this country. So virtually his own survival is even, at stake. So when you consider all of that, and add the fact that for the first time in this country's history, an investigative journalist, Ahmed Hussein Swale, was assassinated in a very brutal manner. Of course, I am not saying investigations have not been concluded, so I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. But you see, it all adds to the climate. If you read all the international media reports on press freedom, they always highlight the murder of Ahmed Hussein Swale. So things like that are bound to scare members of the Inky fraternity. And that is why you see a lot of silence. Look, if I tell you the number of journalists who approach me and say, look, we should be doing this. We should really be supporting you. But, we don't have the protection you have. You're a member of parliament. If they come after you, at least you have your constituents, you have your chiefs. We won't even get support from our management. The owner of a media house is a politician and all of that. So
and they express this to you?
Oh, they express to me. So we are with you. When you put it out, we will carry it. And some of them do well. They will carry the story. They will call you. They will interview you. They will bring in a new angle or some fresh dimension. And I appreciate, because the climate is not good. And that is why if you look at the Press Freedom Index, Ghana has stagnated, and for 4 consecutive years we are having our worst performance. So it's not me saying, this is international. Transparency International. You look at our Press Freedom Index, you look at our corruption perception index, all of these indicators are at an all-time low. So when you consider the fact that even the recent Afro-barometer published by the CDD says that 9 out of 10 Ghanaians, can you believe that? 9 out of 10 Ghanaians say that this country is headed in the wrong direction. It tells you that the people know. They know that things are that bad. But fear, losing my job, being intimidated, being harassed, and it's not everybody who has that courage, that stamina, and that is why I decided that, look, I have to be crusading, I have to be relentless, I have to go all out. It comes at a risk.
What kind of risk have you, come through your way?
Many risks. And let me start with my constituents. I really pity them, I have to be honest with you. You recall the big disaster, the spillage from the Akosombo and Pond dams by the VRA. If I tell you that as we speak, up to now, a year on, people are still living in tents, will you believe that? We have been totally neglected. When President Akufo-Addo visited during the disaster, he said, you people, you don't vote for me. If not for anything, I wouldn't be here. If it's really about your votes, I wouldn't be here.
If it's a question of counting who votes for me and who doesn't vote for me, I shouldn't be here because you don't vote for me.
And since then, we've been totally abandoned. All the houses that have been built, my initiative reaching out to corporate Ghana, foundations, NGOs, the likes of Fair Sky, the Chief Imam, the Christian Council of Ghana and others, that is how come we've been able to put up the houses we've put up so far to house the people. But 1,360 remain in tents. And when you delve into it, they tell you, some of the ministers will tell you, they say you are worrying us too much, And our people
so
suffer.
they are bearing the brunt of,
they are bearing the brunt of the work I'm doing, And then there are all the attacks that you suffer. They set up armies, teams on a daily basis on social media, and they want to assassinate your character, So there's so many risks, that you take. They are denying you projects. They are denying you projects when they come to Parliament and they're announcing roads they want to carry out, bridges they want to build and all of that. There's a big bridge that connects Adidome and my constituency, which collapsed. It's been more than 6 months. They've refused to come and fix it. They will not. And insiders will tell you that, I saw you, they blacklisted your constituency, and all the other things that you have to suffer. But I say that.
I was going to ask before we take our commercial. Sure. What keeps you going? What
I always end my write-ups with "for God and country." You see, if you look at the prices others have paid, others even lost their lives for us to have the freedoms that we enjoy today. The likes of Corporal Tipo, the likes of Sergeant Odate, the likes of folks who were imprisoned, the likes of Kwesi Pratt Jr., who were imprisoned many times so that we can have this democracy. People have paid
so you're
heavy prices. So I'm
keep that in mind that
I'm conscious.
People have paid the price.
They pay the price. So, if you are going through this, it's a relay race. It's your turn. Play your part. Make sure that at the end of the day, let our country look. Some of the matters that I raise, if I had not raised them, think about National Cathedral, for example. It ballooned from $100 million to $450 million. If I had not stepped in, by now that pit we see, it would not have been $58 million. Only God knows, it may have been $200 or $300 million. A country that, as we speak, there are women, if you travel around this country, delivering on bare floors. Hospital without incubators. You go to a big hospitals, they'll tell you no CT scan, no MRI machine, no X-ray machine. Will you believe that the last time this country did a hospital re-equipping program was in 2011? I had the health minister before my committee, the assurances committee, and I asked him pointedly, when was the last time this country did a hospital re-equipping program? Because anytime they call me, your constituent has been rushed here, and I go and visit and to assist with the bills and all of that, they tell you, people who are at ICU, and they have to be sent to a private facility because in that hospital they can't do an MRI. And meanwhile, the protocols, best practice is that you don't move such patients. You are rather, quickening their steps to the grave up to my constitutional mandate. Many people forget that under the principles of checks and balances, primarily why we elect members of parliament is for them to go to parliament and serve as a check on the executive. If you look at all those who propounded this governance theory, the likes of Baron de Montesquieu, this whole, three arms of government, checks and balances, one should not be, too strong than the other. It is because, as Lord Acton said, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So if you just allow the executive, if there is no watchdog, there is no institution really paying attention, scrutinizing, carrying out oversight, they are human. Angels don't come into office. If they see that, look, we have a blank check, then we are all in trouble. So first of all, it is that reawakening that, look, let us pay rapt attention to our constitutional mandate. Then number two, I noticed that, look, I have to become a crusader because we are dealing with a group of people who really are unhinged. They are recalcitrant. They are very intransigent. Then number three, I also noticed that they have some way somehow managed to virtually, silence the rest of society. When we were in power, the media was more prying. I recall every morning I'll be called, hey, you people promised 200 e-blocks. Where are they? Our reporters are on standby. We want to see where they are. Are the contractors on site? We are not seeing that any longer.
Why? Before you go on, why is that? That suddenly the media does not seem to be as active as it was.
I think that there are a variety of factors. Key amongst these factors will be media ownership. If you really go behind the scenes, you pierce the veil. Media ownership in Ghana, the politicians own them. And a lot of the media houses are owned by politicians aligned to the MPP. So there's a greater incentive, and the journalists, the workers there, don't really fear that I may lose my job. I may be sacked, when the NDC is in power. So that's one of the factors. Number two, some of the journalists too, let's be honest, they are politicians masquerading as journalists. So they have not decided to wear party t-shirts and be on the platforms. They have decided to do their party politics at the console, in the studios. So that is also a contributory factor. Then the third factor, in my mind, clearly, as I observe the situation, has to do with the brute force. Many people will tell you that, hey, as a President Akufo-Addo, he's not like your Mahama, who is Mr. Nice. As for Mahama, if you even criticize him, that's when he tries to get closer to you to explain his side so that he doesn't take things personal. If you read Manasseh's book recently, which he launched, the book he launched recently, Manasseh is told in the face that, look, this interview you want from President Akufo-Addo, you won't get it. President Akufo-Addo is different. He's not like President Mahama. President Akufo-Addo's cousin, Gabriel Chidaku, told Manasseh directly, and it's all in the book. So because of that, attitude where you will be denied adverts, you'll be denied opportunities, they will come after you, they will hound you, and don't forget that we've had situations where journalists have had to flee the country. They've had to flee the country. People forget that Manasseh had to run out of this country on 2 occasions, to South Africa and to Germany. He has documented all in his book. For safety.
He was my guest. He talked about he went through depression.
Yeah, depression. Yeah. He was being followed. He was being hounded. Where is Anas Arimaya Anas? Look at what he's gone through. There was a whole army set up to discredit him, to portray him as a terrorist. He was dragged in this country. So virtually his own survival is even, at stake. So when you consider all of that and add the fact that for the first time in this country's history, an investigative journalist, Ahmed Hussein Swale, was assassinated in a very brutal manner. Of course, I am not saying investigations have not been concluded, so I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. But you see, it all adds to the climate. If you read all the international media reports on press freedom, they always highlight the murder of Ahmed Hussein Swale. So things like that are bound to scare members of the Inky fraternity. And that is why you see a lot of silence. Look, if I tell you the number of journalists who approach me and say, look, we should be doing this. We should really be supporting you. But, we don't have the protection you have. You're a member of parliament. If they come after you, at least you have your constituents, you have your chiefs. We won't even get support from our management. The owner of a media house is a politician and all of that. So,
and they express this to you?
Oh, they express to me. So we are with you. When you put it out, we will carry it. And some of them do well. They will carry the story, they will call you, they will interview you, they'll bring in a new angle or some fresh dimension. And I appreciate, because the climate is not good. And that is why if you look at the Press Freedom Index, Ghana has stagnated. And for 4 consecutive years, we are having our worst performance. So it's not me saying, this is international. Transparency International. You look at our Press Freedom Index. You look at our Corruption Perception Index. All of these indicators are at an all-time low. So when you consider the fact that even the recent Afro-Barometer published by the CDD says that 9 out of 10 Ghanaians, can you believe that? 9 out of 10 Ghanaians say that this country is headed in the wrong direction. It tells you that the people know. They know that things are that bad. But fear, losing my job, being intimidated, being harassed, and it's not everybody who has that courage, that stamina, and that is why I decided that, look, I have to be crusading, I have to be relentless, I have to go all out. It comes at a risk.
What kind of risk have you, come through your way?
Many risks. And let me start with my constituents. I really pity them, I have to be honest with you. You recall the big disaster, the spillage from the Akosombo and Pond dams by the VRA. If I tell you that as we speak, up to now, a year on, people are still living in tents, will you believe that? We have been totally neglected. When President Akufo-Addo visited during the disaster, he said, oh, you people, you don't vote for me. If not for anything, I wouldn't be here. If it's really about your votes, I wouldn't be here.
If it's a question of counting who votes for me and who doesn't vote for me, I shouldn't be here because you don't vote for me.
And since then, we've been totally abandoned. All the houses that have been built, my initiative reaching out to corporate Ghana, foundations, NGOs, the likes of Fair Sky, the Chief Imam, the Christian Council of Ghana and others, that is how come we've been able to put up the houses we've put up so far to house the people. But 1,360 remain in tents. And when you delve into it, they tell you, some of the ministers will tell you, oh, they say you are worrying us too much, And our people
so
suffer.
they are bearing the brunt of,
they are bearing the brunt of the work I'm doing, And then there are all the attacks that you suffer. They set up armies, teams on a daily basis on social media, and they want to assassinate your character, So there's so many risks, that you take. They are denying you projects. They are denying you projects when they come to Parliament and they are announcing roads they want to carry out, bridges they want to build and all of that. There's a big bridge that connects Adidome and my constituency, which collapsed. It's been more than 6 months. They've refused to come and fix it. They will not. And insiders will tell you that, oh, I saw you, they blacklisted your constituency, and all the other things that you have to suffer. But I say that.
I was going to ask before we take our commercial. Sure. What keeps you going? What?
I always end my write-ups with "for God and country." You see, if you look at the prices others have paid, others even lost their lives for us to have the freedoms that we enjoy today. The likes of Corporal Tipo, the likes of Sergeant Odate, the likes of folks who were imprisoned, the likes of Kwesi Pratt Jr., who were imprisoned many times so that we can have this democracy. People have paid
so you're
heavy prices. So I'm
keep that in mind that
I'm conscious.
People have paid the price.
They paid the price. So, I mean, if you are going through this, it's a relay race. It's your turn. Play your part. Make sure that at the end of the day, let our country look. Some of the matters that I raise, if I had not raised them, think about National Cathedral, for example. It ballooned from $100 million to $450 million. If I had not stepped in, by now that pit we see, it would not have been $58 million. Only God knows, it may have been $200 or $300 million. A country that, as we speak, there are women, if you travel around this country, delivering on bare floors. Hospital without incubators. You go to a big hospitals, they'll tell you no CT scan, no MRI machine, no X-ray machine. Will you believe that the last time this country did a hospital re-equipping program was in 2011? I had the health minister before my committee, the assurances committee, and I asked him pointedly, when was the last time this country did a hospital re-equipping program? Because anytime they call me, oh, your constituent has been rushed here, and I go and visit and to assist with the bills and all of that, they tell you, people who are at ICU and they have to be sent to a private facility because in that hospital they can't do an MRI. And meanwhile, the protocols, best practice is that you don't move such patients. You are rather, quickening their steps to the grave.
Honorable, just before we left you, I started talking about the pit.
Yeah.
What triggered this whole investigation? Because it was not just the pit. You were talking about Reverend Kusi having had more than one identity and all.
Yeah.
What triggered all of this before we get into other aspects that I want you to talk about today?
So, observing from Parliament, I noticed that a lot of things the President had told the nation, all those statements, those pledges, those commitments he made, were not adding up. Remember, the President started by saying that he has had an encounter with his God. We don't know which God is that. And that he's promised that God that when he wins, he will build a cathedral as a thanksgiving offering. So it is a personal pledge. And he assured the nation that he was not going to use public funds. So we all said, okay, well, we all are Christians, we go to church, we all make personal pledges. I recall in my last election, I set a target. I told God, if you help me achieve that target. And I got the widest margin in the whole country. So immediately, the pledge was that I'll go to the Children's Hospital, the Bator Kadley Hospital, and then pay the bills of all those on admission. I did that. I didn't call a DEBA that everybody should contribute. So personal pledges, we all do that, and we redeem it at the personal level. Then I discovered that we are being deceived. I begin intercepting documents that even though the President says personal pledge, we are not going to use public funds, we won't use the taxpayers' money. I discover that 50 million cedis, then another 142 million cedis, then a 23 million cedis. Then you come to David Ajayi, he was also receiving all kinds of payments from the national coffers. Meanwhile, Article 178 of the Ghanaian Constitution is very clear that when it comes to public funds, you need parliamentary approval. It's very clear. Article 178, let me read. It says, no monies shall be withdrawn from the consolidated fund, except A, to meet expenditure that is charged on that fund by the Constitution or by an act of Parliament, or where the issue of those monies has been authorized. 1, by an appropriation act, which is passed by Parliament, or 2, by a supplementary estimate approved by resolution of Parliament, passed for this purpose. So in Ghana, nobody has the authority, the power, to withdraw funds, public money, without parliamentary approval. So when you go through all our budgets for President Akufo-Addo's era, and the budgets are online, viewers can go to the Ministry of Finance website, you would not see any provision in the budget which has come to Parliament for approval for National Cathedral. Because the President had told us that it's a personal pledge. You won't see every single expenditure, say free SHS, you see it there, free SHS, this is how much we intend to spend. We are building this number of hospitals, Agenda 111, this is the amount. We want to do roads. You see, that's what budgets are for. That's why Parliament exists. And under Article 178, you need that parliamentary approval before you withdraw funds. So I said,
So when you say you intercepted, what you came across?
Yes. So I secured documents signed by Ken Ofori-Atta, the finance minister, instructing the Control Accountant General to release money to the National Cathedral Secretariat, where you have Dr. Paul Opoku-Mensah as the executive secretary, and to release money to Rebade. Rebade are the contractors, a consortium of 3 companies, Rizani, Eka, Babisoti, and Disimoni. So I saw releases to them. Then I also saw releases to David Ajay, the architect, who engages in a lot of, inflationary pricing. So I said, this country has been scammed. The clergy. And I recall listening to sermons from people like Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams say that, Ghanaians who are criticizing National Cathedral, stop it. We are not using your money. The president has assured us. At our first board meeting, the president told us, we are not using public funds. So all of you, just shut up. We are just mobilizing our own resources. So even the clergy didn't know that on their blind side, people are being paid. Huge withdrawals are going on. Now we know that a whopping 339 million Ghana cedis. Because after intercepting the documents, securing them, we then summoned the finance minister at the vote of censure hearings. And we insisted that you must now give us the full withdrawals that you have made. And all hell broke loose. To our shock, 339, at the time, $58.1 million. No parliamentary approval. That is why, as for this National Cathedral matter, we know that some people are going to go to jail. Because it's very clear. Very clear. When the finance minister, the former finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, appeared before us, he sought to say that, we were using contingency vote. And as for contingency, we don't really have to come to Parliament. Now, contingency stands for emergency. Something unplanned, a happenstance, unforeseen circumstance. National Cathedral, that you have had, you say you had a conversation with your God. You have planned. You set up board of trustees. You announced to the whole country, this is what we are going to do. How can that be contingent, something you didn't foresee? So this is just, you see, when you even catch them, what really annoys me about these folks in the MPP is that when you even catch them naked, pants down, they try to come up with all kinds of ridiculous explanations and excuses. So now, here we are, 339 million cedis. Remember that Kolebu Renal Unit, they needed only 2 million to save lives. 19 people died. 339 million without parliamentary approval. Think about what that money can do. Now, guess what? We decided to go into the breakdown of the 339 million. I took it upon myself to investigate every single item. That is when a whole new can of worm was opened. So I discovered that a gentleman called Carrie Summers was given $6 million to raise funds for Ghana. He has not been able to raise any money. Now, what happens in the industry of fundraising, and you know very well, is that when you raise the funds, then you are giving a commission.
Yeah.
It is only in Ghana, under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, that they gave upfront $6 million. I tracked him all the way to the United States of America. I went undercover and appeared in Springfield, Missouri, where and all the claims he had made, the documents they brought to Parliament that, oh, this is a top fundraiser who, has, the Nehemiah group and all of that. The pictures they brought us. When I went there, it was all a scam. He was in some ramshackled warehouse selling coffee. Scammer. And yet they gave him $6 million. Then I also discovered that another payment of 2.6 million Ghana cedis to a company called JNS Talent Center Limited. I said, I know all the companies associated with this project. David Ajayi and Associates, the architects, Rebade, the contractors. Who is JNS? Let me look into it. Holy Moses. I discovered that, so Reverend Victor Kusibwating, Secretary to the Board of Trustees, he has a second identity as Kwabena Edu Jemfi, and he is the director at JNS. So virtually paying himself. That is what, so you hear people say, oh, but Okujatua Blocker, what does he have with this pastor? What is it, something personal? It's not a personal. I was only carrying out parliamentary oversight, doing my constitutional work. I wanted to know the 339 million, why is it that we have spent so much money and all we see is a hole, a pit? So clearly, the money didn't go into construction. A diligent member of parliament must find out. So where did the money go? That is what took me on this search, this voyage for truth, for accountability. So I discovered Carrie Summers, $6 million. Then I discovered Victor Kusibwating, who is paying himself, Kwabena Edu Jemfi, 2.6 million. And he opened a whole can of worms. Then I discovered that, so he was not expecting this day to come, where we will know that even though he was appointed as Reverend Victor Kusibwating, he has a second identity. Don't be deceived, it's not a nickname. For that identity, he has a different date of birth, 2 years apart. When he's operating as Victor Kusibwating, he has a different mother. He has a different date of birth. He says he was born 7 September 1971. He has a whole set of companies registered under that identity. When he is operating as Kwabena Edu Jemfi, he has another mother, different mother. The only person I know in the world to be born by 2 different mothers. He has a different date of birth. This time, 30th December 1969. Not 7 September 1971. 2 years apart. I can speak to these matters boldly because he took me to court and he has lost not once, not twice. Indeed, the Human Rights Court has declared his conduct criminal, that he shouldn't be working freely. So these are matters that have been determined. The judiciary of our country, they have looked at the evidence that I gathered and they have ruled in my favor that what I put out was not malicious, it's the truth. Will you believe that he managed to even obtain a diplomatic passport in another identity, Kwabena Edu Jemfi? I summoned the Foreign Affairs Minister to Parliament, and she confirmed it. That yes, at the time they issued the passport, they didn't know that he is Victor Kusibwating. Meanwhile, this is a country that has spent billions on national ID. Even at the NIA, the Ghana card he has is Kwabena Edu Jemfi. You go to DVLA, he has a driver's license, Victor Kusibwating. As SNIT, he is Victor Kusibwating. Within the Electoral Commission database, he has 2 cards as Victor Kusibwating and Kwabena Edu Jemfi. Only God knows if he votes twice or not. Incredible. And these are people supposed to be building a holy temple for God. That is why I am not surprised that Pastor Otabil had to resign. Bishop Dake Ward Mills had to resign. Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams had to resign. Reverend Isud Adaba had to resign. And if you read their resignation letters, very damning. Bishop Dakiwad Mills said that, look, I have built great churches, magnificent churches for far less. I cannot understand why $58 million and all we see is a pit. It's in Bishop Dak's resignation letter. And Bishop Dak can say that. We have seen all his mighty buildings all over. Go to the mountains. Mampong. Yeah. Hey! I mean,
and a cabo.
Yeah. I mean, what that man of God built. I mean, incredible. Beautiful edifices, imposing.
It's amazing.
Amazing. Yeah. So if this man of God tells you that, $58 million and all we see is a pit, no, I will not allow you to soil my reputation. I'm leaving. Then I decided to do an RTI request, a right to information request, to the Public Procurement Authority. Under Ghanaian law, when you are going to use public funds for procurement, goods and services, you must go through the procurement process. The PPA must know about it. Will you believe PPA responded and said, hey, Honorable, we beg you, don't drag us into this. We don't know about this.
We don't have to be.
We don't have no idea. We don't. Can you believe that? Lawlessness. So that is how come 58.1 million, and this 58.1 million is only taxes. So recently I asked the tourism minister in parliament to give us a breakdown of other donations that came in, over $3 million. And yet that's what we see, a pit. Now you know what even irks me the most? It's not only the money we have lost, but the properties that have been destroyed. If you read Bishop Dak's resignation letter, he said at their first board meeting, President Akufo-Addo told them that as for location and architect, they should stay away from those matters. He has an architect already. And then he has his location. He has decided where it must be. And everything in the way must be removed for his cathedral to be put up where he has decided. A country that has so much space, free space. And for many decades, we've been talking about decongesting the central business district. Look, when there's a program at international conference, even where to park, when there's a program at State House, then you come to add to that melee. And in the process, look at the demolitions. I'll give you the list. Scholarship Secretariat, demolished. Passport Head Office, demolished. Judges' bungalows, newly built judges' bungalows, demolished. In the process, an appeal court judge resigned. He said, look, why? He even asked for a few days. His wife, Justice Said, who had been awarded by the Ghana Bar Association as the most incorruptible judge a few months earlier. He said, look, my wife has just come out of surgery. Give me some time. He said, no, hey, God says he must come and live in Accra under Akufo-Addo's authority. So leave. He resigned out of protest. And Ghana lost such an upright judge in the process. The Judicial Training Institute, where we've been training, doing capacity building for judges of the Commonwealth, demolished. Bungalows belonging to Shraj were demolished. As I speak to you now, Shraj is having to spend money to rent for its deputy commissioners because those bungalows were demolished. Look at the financial loss. The judges, they had to go and rent buildings for them. Look at the financial loss. And I'm not done with the list. The Malian ambassador's residence was demolished. Can you believe that? Even diplomatic enclaves were not spared. Then you have private persons. Comsys IT firm, their headquarters was demolished. The Waterstone Realty apartment complex, also demolished. They are in court demanding compensation of $5 million. So by the time you add the costs of compensating all of these people whose properties have been demolished, recently the Malians informed me that they have showed them some land at Airport Residential, and you know the cost of land at Airport Residential. Should all of these things have come about? A country that has an infrastructure deficit. That is why at the NDC manifesto launch, I submitted forcefully that the two parties are not the same. This thing that people, this refrain all over the place, oh, Yanja or Munyana are the same, they say, we are not the same. This has never happened. I dare say that even under previous MPP leaders, this could never have happened. I can't believe how any Ghanaian leader would do this. This recklessness, this impunity. I mean, of all the land, even if you think the National Cathedral is a priority, and you see, we have been asking in Parliament, let's even see the project justification, the feasibility that you did. This business that suddenly Christians will stop going to Israel, where Jesus walked, and will rather come to Accra. So the traffic will change.
Yeah. There's actually going to be a restaurant that will feature foods from the Old Testament or something like that.
And I'm glad you talk about this restaurant. You will be shocked to hear, after David Ajayi had been paid 32 million cedis, then somebody discovered, here it was this same Karisames guy, who said that, oh, after looking at the design, there's no restaurant attached. So attach a restaurant. Do you know how much Ghana paid David Ajayi for designing the restaurant? $5.8 million. Can you believe that? $5.8 million. $5.8 million. That is what Ghana paid. I'm not making this up. I'm always going all over the place with my documents. This is signed by Ken Oforiatta, 6 July 2021. Submission of invoice for payment, National Cathedral of Ghana. Please refer to your letter number SCRDE3296/02, dated 27 April 2021, requesting the release of $5,817,769 to pay consultancy fees in respect of the variation orders for the inclusion of a 300-seater restaurant. $5.8 million. The actual restaurant, the building, how much will it cost? The actual building, how much will it cost? Design, Peo, you have been paid over 32 million already. And then they say that, oh, this is your design that you've done. There's no restaurant. We want to serve manna from Israel and all of that. I mean, you wonder what was going on. And then we pay $5.8 million for that. And look, David Ajayi, I will not take away his international credentials, his reputation, and all of that. But I would have thought that after all these decades, what he has done in the UK, America, elsewhere, he will have even said, oh, this project I'm giving back, let me give something back to my homeland, to the motherland. And David Ajayi, since President Akufo-Addo became president, and it has never happened in our history, the architects of Ghana, all of them came together and put out a statement that since President Akufo-Addo became president, this is friendship with David Ajayi. They don't get contracts any longer.
They
put out a statement. Viewers can go online, it's there. That they give everything to David Ajayi. And I can list them. National Cathedral, David Ajayi. Marine Drive Project, David Ajayi. Agenda 111, David Ajayi. Trade Fair Redevelopment, David Ajayi. Parliamentary Chamber, David Ajayi. Dubois Center, David Ajayi. Everything. Everything. Architects had to come together and protest. It's never happened in our country. So when we talk about state capture, where the president and his cronies have hijacked everything, the business community is suffocating. Bank of Ghana headquarters, David Ajayi. And there is something so unique about all those projects. Inflationary pricing. Bank of Ghana headquarters started at $81 million. That's what the board approved. I intercepted documents that revealed that it has ballooned to $222 million. Can you believe that? From $81 million. Meanwhile, this is a Bank of Ghana that is bankrupt, that is insolvent, that is making huge losses. And this is their priority. This is what they are doing. Yankoti justification, I almost say they are in an earthquake zone, and if they don't move and build a new office, can you believe that? Meanwhile, at that same location, we have the AMA office, we have Methodist Church, we have all of these other banks, Barclays Bank. They can all die, they can all perish. If suddenly we discover that there's an area which is an earthquake, shouldn't we be concerned as leaders for all citizens, for everybody there? Cock and bull stories. Total balderdash, absolute hogwash. They have no regard for us, no respect for our intelligence. And that is why I boil up when I see these things. And it's not as if this is a country. Look, for crying out loud, we have been shut out of the international financial market. We are begging the people we owe that, please, we have mismanaged the economy. We can't pay you. Restructure our debt. We want to be able to reorganize ourselves and pay you sometime in the future. Meanwhile, I keep reminding Ghanaians, look, a lot of Ghanaians don't know that President Mahama left so much money. Anytime you hear them talk about President Mahama's record, they don't talk about the money that President Mahama left for them. Let me list them to you so viewers will appreciate. President Mahama created something called the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, GIF, so that because we have an infrastructure deficit, and he believes in infrastructure, and really no country can develop without infrastructure. So whereas Akufo-Addo is demolishing all of these structures, he was building UGMC, Ridge Hospital, Circle Interchange, Kaswa Interchange, Kumasi Airport, Ho Airport. I can go on and on. So he created the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. And you know how much he left in there for the next government? $270 million
Was
left in the gift fund. $270 million. Then he also created an account called the sinking fund, because President Kufuor's Euro bond was maturing. So Setekbe, who has been accused of being too, thinks about the future, he's too so stringent, and that's what this country needs, prudence, prudent fiscal management. Will you believe that? They left $500 million in the sinking fund to take care of our debt, so that we will not be where we are today, where we tell our creditors that we can't pay you. That is not all. The stabilization fund, we also left $300 million there. So 300, 500 plus 270. That's over $1 billion. Almost half of what now we are begging the IMF for. We should not have been where we are. And you add that to the windfall you had, unlike any other president. Akufo-Addo, Bawumia are the luckiest to have had 2 oil fields. They are the luckiest that even when COVID happened, everybody, the international community, was having mercy on Ghana. You remember that at the time the fear was that, hey, if this has happened in Europe, in America, then Africans may be dying like flies on the street. Yeah. So let's move in and help them. We got over 25 billion cedis. Now you read the Auditor General's report, the special audit on COVID funds. It was shared amongst MPP functionaries like confetti. So look, Ghana should not be here. This is a country with enormous resources. God has blessed us so much. Just think about it. What don't we have? Is it the human resource? Is it gold? Is it diamond? Is it timber? Is it water bodies? Is it lithium? Rosewood? What don't we have? We have virtually everything. We are where we are because of bad leadership. Leaders who don't love the country. They have just no iota, no scintilla of love for the country. That's why we are where we are.
Quickly, all this thing you're talking about, and I've heard the president mention all the funds that are supposedly were left, sinking fund, stabilization fund, and all of that. Is it a weakness of the NDC that this thing was not made public? Because people are Ghanaians are, really? You left that much? Because all we know is that you left the bankrupt. So what happened? What is the cause of Ghanaians not knowing all these things? What do you think happened?
I think in hindsight, our communication should have been stronger. Our communication should have been stronger. Even though we face such an uphill task. I talked about the political ownership of a lot of the media organizations we have in Ghana, and so they set their own agenda. They will not really listen. But I think that there ought to have been a more deliberate effort, an intentional effort for message penetration, so that the message will go down to the people, because we have the ISDs, we have social media. We could have done paid up adverts to put out the message. So we have learned from all those mistakes, and I think that moving forward we will do better when it comes to communicating our achievements and what we have done for Ghana.
Because it's very odd all of a sudden hearing these things after so much had been dropped into our minds of the kinds of...
No, you are right. You're right. Yeah. People created the impression as if President Mahama left nothing behind. I mean, I remember the saying that, the meat was down to the bone. I mean, there's nothing left. That's why when you tune to local radio, that's what you hear. Nobody talked about GIF. Nobody talked about the sinking fund. Nobody talked about stabilization fund. It's really a shame. It's really a shame. I mean, and when that's it, when there's a very vicious propaganda against you, and you see today, people everywhere President Mahama goes, people are carrying and the size of stone keeps increasing. Oh, please take your stone. Please, we regret. Forgive us. We didn't know. There was just a blockade. The propaganda was so. And you see, when you even look at the scandals, see the uproar in this country over 1 million bars branding, and that was CDSO, and look at the amounts, the colossal figures we are discussing today. National Cathedral over $58 million, 339 million cities. Even the 9 on top of the 330, President Mahama would have been hanged if this had happened under him. You take the ambulance papers, $34.9 million. You take the rental of the luxury jets, 20,000 euros an hour, every hour. From here to London will not take you 1 hour, at minimum 6 hours. And then as the jet is waiting, you are paying for it. You are paying the landing. You must pay for the crew, their hotel bills and all of that. And then the return. And you see, millions, hundreds of millions. You take how much we are going to lose with the Senate hotels, for example. Hundreds of millions. So I think that moving forward, we have to really invest in our communications and make sure that there is no message blockade as happened when we were in power.
Talking about message blockade, okay. Do you see a situation where NDC has returned to power and all these voices that were actively clamoring against, do you see a resurgence of the voices again? The way they kept the NDC on its toes. Do you see a resurgence?
This is our society. I see it to happen. I see it to happen. Our good friend Reverend Mate, who was very vocal. Recently I read somewhere that he said, now he sends text messages to the president. Can you believe that? If that's all he needed, I could have happily driven to his house, knelt before him and given him President Mahama's phone number. It's not difficult at all. We could have given him President Mahama's phone number. We didn't know that he likes text messages. And he's a member of the board of the National Trustees of the National Cathedral. He's a member. He hasn't said a thing. Somebody who we thought was such a vocal anti-corruption crusader. I thought he would have resigned even before Otabel, before Bishop Dakiwod Mills, before Reverend Sudanaba. But he's there. He is still on his seat. Ponti is not moving an inch. So I won't be surprised that they will all find their voices. And you see, we in the NDC, we won't say that, we want to gag anybody. No. If we say that, then it means that we want to come and repeat the things that we have all condemned. So they are all welcome. All those who have lost their voices under the next NDC government. We want to have a vibrant environment where there is serious national discourse about the future of our country, the direction of our country. And everybody is welcome. That is why President Mahama has said his first 120 days, he will convene a national dialogue. Everybody will be invited. Everybody, all the political parties, He did it with the Senchi dialogue when he was in power. So we don't believe in gagging. We don't want to see you. We don't want to hear you, you know. But when they do that, it is their hypocrisy and the double standard which will be exposed. Also that we won't say it. The Ghanaian people will see it, you know. And I hope that, as Christ told all of us, they'll go and sin no more, you know, so that in the future, when there's another government, maybe in another 40 or 50 years, because what the MPP has done, I believe that they will be kept in opposition for a very, very long time, you know, unless we don't, you know, come and implement what we have talked about. That's why I'm excited about our manifesto, a copy of which I have here. We are talking about major constitutional reforms. We are the only party in history under Professor Mills, in the entire fourth Republican dispensation, that a president says, I have too much power, so I'm setting up a constitutional commission to reduce the powers and to give us a developmental constitution, not an imperialist presidency. I mean, that is who Professor Mills was. Great man. And it's only the NDC that gives you that. So I'm happy that in this manifesto, we say that we are going to implement the over 700-page work that the Constitution Review Commission did to reduce the powers of the president, to make parliament stronger. This business of majority of ministers should come from parliament must stop. You are either going to parliament to be a legislator or you want to be in the executive. And then to give citizens and journalists, you know, the media, more power, more rights. That's what the Ghanaian Constitution should be about. To abolish ex gratia, to break the gap between Article 71 office holders and the others. I mean, that's what ought to be done. I am also happy that our manifesto is talking about dealing ruthlessly with state capture. Another matter that I have been pursuing consistently. I mean, why is it that in this country, Article 257 of our Constitution says that public lands are vested in the president. President, Shesumayeng, Unaoye Ebusia paying. So look over this asset for us. Then we hear that you are selling them to your appointees, to your cronies. I mean, how is that? It is not advertised. There is no transparency. And they are just selling on a daily basis. Look, I have a list here. And this is just the cantonments area, the La Wireless, where you have the AU village. The president, who under Article 257, should be protecting these lands on our behalf. On the 31st of August 2022, the president sold portions of the land to KJ MPP Women's Organizer. 30th November 2020, sold portions to Ibrahim Mohammed Awar, then Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. On 31st August 2022, the president sold portions to Dr. Ernest Yedu Addison, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, and all his deputies. Elsie Ado Awaji, 27th August 2020, she went for her share. Maxwell Pokuafari, 31st August 2020.
Where do you get all this information?
I intercepted documents. I intercepted them. I put this out. They can't challenge it. It's unimpeachable, irrefutable, impeccable, totally unquestionable. I mean, these are facts. That's why I'm giving you the dates and the location. Joseph Boahin Edu, the CEO of Cocoa Board, he also went for his share from the president, 30th October 2020. Dr. Janet Ampedu Fofie, chairperson of the Presidential Emoluments Committee, another appointee of the president, purchased his from the president, hers from the president, 29 June 2022. Kwabna Mante Jekte Nyaku, board member, Ghana Airport Company Limited, 22nd October 2022. His Excellency Ansem Rasford Ajete Sowa, Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada, 14th October 2020. Anna Asari Odro, former MPP Women's Organizer, Holland Chapter, 25th February 2021. Ken Oforiates Enterprise Assurance, 15 December 2023. You know, Ken will not miss out on the opportunity. You know, he doesn't miss out. You know, Kwesi Etua, the president's appointed board chair of SIC, 14th October 2020. Georgina Wood, 15th October 2020. I mean, what's going on? That is why in the NDC manifesto, we are saying that we are going to ban, we will have a legislation that bans and prohibits. And I'm excited because, you know, I have been sponsoring a private members bill to ban politically exposed persons or politicians from purchasing state assets. I'm so excited that the NDC manifesto deals with that heads on. And only the NDC manifesto does that. The MPP manifesto is silent. Recently, I heard the MPP candidate say that he will also welcome this legislation and he thinks that it has to be done. At least they are beginning to acknowledge that this mess cannot continue. I mean, government officials die, and in their will, you see our forests in it, will to their nephews, Wafa Diamame, forever. You see Ramsar sites in their will. So we are saying that all of these things must stop. We cannot have a situation where state assets which belong to all of us, and look at the list, they don't advertise, you don't hear that they are selling. I'm sure if you heard it, maybe you would at least even go and ask the price. And then when you look at the price, I have the deeds here, how much they paid for this. And KSM, you will be shocked. Will you believe that such prime land, cantonments, they asked them to come for it 183,752 Ghana cedis. Cantonments. Can you believe that? Cantonments. Meanwhile, I asked agents, real estate dealers, current going rate. They say if you are lucky today, you get a plot $600,000 to $700,000. That's over 8 million Ghana cedis. If you are lucky, average is 1 million, 1.2, 1.5 million dollars. Dollars, not cedis. And see what they were paying, 183,000. This is don't call me sales. I mean, why should we do that? Meanwhile, this president, he himself told us that the reason why he missed all his Agenda 111 deadlines during COVID, you remember one of his addresses to the nation, he said, oh, he's noticed that, look, I should have been building hospitals long ago. Clearly, he was now seeing why President Mahama, his predecessor, was investing in hospitals. So he said that within a year, he's going to build 111 hospitals. Then he came back 2-3 years after that, forgive me, I couldn't find land. Land is scarce. So you know that land is a challenge now. There are few lands, state lands under your watch. You are just selling it to your people under such opaque circumstances. And I've been asking our colleagues, the current breed of politicians, why is it that as for our generation, we only came to sell? President Nkrumah, our Nkrumah, the founder of Ghana, purchased a lot of these lands. Do you know that these lands they are selling? It's been state land since, if you look at this record, since 31st December 1947. So lands were procured and ring-fenced as land banks for future development. Nkrumah knew the population will grow. We will need more hospitals. We will need more factories. We will need more schools, more universities. We shouldn't have a challenge where now that we have some resources, we want to build a university, we want to build a hospital or build a factory, then we say we can't find land. So when are we, our generation, also going to buy land banks, preserve them for future development? Very soon we'll be a population of 50 million. We'll be heading to 60 million, 70 million. We will need more hospitals. We will need bungalows for our doctors and nurses to be close to the hospitals. You have a situation now where some hospitals, when you go, emergency, the doctor is now coming from. Those days, if you look at our colonial history, first years after independence, when they are building hospital, the doctors, the nurses, they put up bungalows for them to live close by, even schools close by, so that you can really perform your duties, you can be on call for emergencies. So what is happening? What is happening? And they're just selling everything like there's no tomorrow. Hotels, forests.
Yeah. Honorable, in the interest of time, you have said a lot. How is this going to be reversed? Is there a plan that this thing should stop at some point and that there's going to be a reversal to do the right thing if the NDC should come?
Absolutely, absolutely. That is why in our manifesto, apart from legislating against these practices, we have also announced a major policy we are calling ORAL, Operation Retrieve All Loot.
Operation
Retrieve All Loot, ORAL. All of these sweetheart deals, underhand deals, these shenanigans, without due process, they were not advertised. They have not paid the market value. There is no value for money. People should prepare to return them. We have served notice. And former president has said there will be an inquiry. We will go into all of these transactions. And people forget. It happened in our recent history. Professor Mills did it. Where you have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, it had been sold to cabinet ministers under Kufuor. Professor Mills said, look, looking at how much you people paid and all of that, please, no. We need that land. Our foreign ministry.
Our country is in shambles. Our economy is facing crisis. Our people are jobless. Our children are becoming hopeless because they don't know their future. And our leaders have given up because they failed us as a country. But all we have today is us as a nation. And I want to tell you that 74.9% of this population is between 0 to 45 years. It falls under the youthful age, which means we are responsible for the future of our country. And the only way for us to make it ours is to begin to be responsible for our own people and our own country. Now, the Western world, maybe we pick America or we pick Europe. Every one of these presidents will go to the public. It doesn't matter. Donald Trump is a billionaire, and he went into politics, and he went to the public to raise funds. So he asked them to donate to him. Now, I would like to tell you why it's more feasible for us to start practicing our democracy this way. Because I will come to Africa. All the leaders in the Western took the donation from the people to put themselves in the seat. So guess what? The people made them the president. They did not make themselves the president. And therefore, they have no choice but to serve the people. That is democracy. Democracy belongs to all of us. It does not belong to a few of us. Now, when you come to Africa, it's completely the opposite. All the leaders are going to the people and giving them money and say, vote for me. Why do we call this the same democracy? Why are we practicing it the opposite way? So now let's try and figure out, when that person that came to you to give you that money to vote for them, when they become a president, do you think they're here to serve you or you owe them? On this note, it gives me the opportunity to tell Ghanaians, the nation of this country, that the Save Ghana Fund is just telling the nation that help us change the narrative for the first time in history. Help us change this narrative. Your power is your thumb, and who you choose to vote for should not be able to connive or instruct you to vote for them based on payment. I want you to be the investor of your leader, of your national governance. I want the nation to see that they are responsible for creating leaders, for putting leaders in place. And I'm urging the youth in school, the laborers of this country, opinion leaders, the kings, the queen, mothers, assemblymen, the young man, the young woman, the old man, the old woman, the father, the mother, that one big thing that you can do for us as a country today is for us to change this narrative by, for the first time, supporting us, donating into politics instead of receiving whatever commission or money that is given to you before you vote. That we believe we're going to raise over 100 million. It's not the money, it's to show the nation that what we can do ourselves. We don't need to sit down and watch our leaders go out there to take these same funds from people that will come back and control us for life. It's one of the reasons why we want you to see what your contribution is going to do to this nation, how it's going to change this nation.
Spoken. We all know where it is now, but Prof says we should look at the ethics, the ethical implications of what we do.
It's not just about making of laws. All of us as Ghanaians must rise up to say enough of the rubbish of people taking political power and your family members become henchmen and direct beneficiaries of the people's power. I mean, that is what, there should be a political price. And the political price is that the current regime have normalized family and friends, and that there should be some sort of reprimand, there should be some sort of prize. And the only prize for these things is vote them out of power. Get them out to manage your power. Look, fighting corruption, as Kobe have said, President Mahama today is having the authority to talk about corruption.
But this is not the only
President Akufo-Addo have opened an investigation towards a former president. Let me assure him that the day he exits as president, we will investigate every single thing he has done, including the land in front of his house belonging to government that he has taken. We will investigate that. He doesn't have the moral right to talk about corruption. We do, because we have been investigated and exonerated. We'll see if next year we'll still sit here to talk about corruption when a former president will be behind bars, and that will be President Akufo-Addo. So it's not just about making laws and making laws and making laws.
Okay.
It should be about Ghanaians saying that, what the hell that today, when I'm going to buy fuel, I am not being asked whether I'm a family of Akufo-Addo or not, but I have to pay because I'm an ordinary Ghanaian. When I have to go and farm, the inputs will have to be bought at a higher price because I'm a Ghanaian. And then you have the presidency, and you have appointees and their family members, ministers of state creating businesses and allowing their girlfriends to take contracts. You have a vice president, his brother being given contracts. You have a president's children taking contracts for no work done, and Ghanaians are quiet. We are too quiet. We are not angry enough. In other jurisdictions, President Akufo-Addo should not still be a president. He should be either impeached or chased out of the I mean, we are too lenient.
Share Memobia Jo, Memobia Kwaba, eba NDC 360. We have made you some crocra, NDC Amanyuku, Yashisha, Ukuda Numribiano, Tre, Yede Bremo, a Hanya Bodero, Efa, and the Panes Pa, NDC Amanyuku, and the Franca 24, you are John Dramani Mahama, a woman o my Ghana. A hasso, and then Yama Chiba Bremai, Efa, Amamwo Bonia, and the idiom my ninya. na dia hochire ne abenedi abeto o manfo so no yigini maako te sa chechede nantie echirechiri mu ema abofra kra etiase. This is the 10th edition and it is a special edition because and then penyufo obohu on the set omontanye NDC penyufo ohu from the 1st to the 9th edition. And if you are watching this special edition, you are very special. We are streaming live on social media, NDC 360 on Facebook, NDC 360 official handler X, Dodona friend on Twitter. We're also live on YouTube on NDC 360 official. We're also doing a simulcast on about 6 or more television networks. We are live on Bawumia TV. We are live on Angel TV. We are live on TVXYZ, Loud Silence TV, Kevin Taylor, we are also live on Weasel TV. I know we are live on NBN TV and other TV networks. I will be acknowledging them in due course. And tell a friend to tell a friend that NDC 360 is live. NDC I am the one bringing you this 10th edition of NDC 360. Just like the link, comment and share. And ensure say and sempane bekwechi na abuama yenina yetinya to abapa. On this 10th edition, what are we talking about? And ye beje bre na jumedi bi e course won kran kimpiski. Eye kwesi de twemi. Eye ehyiamu kitahudi a ye wa John Dramani Mahama. Ene ensentropho a wo Ghana edi ye no. Ene ye de all the highlights ebebro na yaje yabedwafo a omo betena se abobu sase mu yaje o madwen on it. So eye ma o my Ghana see ebenya dwumadi sa. What were the highlights for them? What were the positives? What were the negatives? Dear no mususu say NDC as the main opposition party in the country relative to our engagements with the media. And then send you a room dear president Mahama ka yenina no and our guest will do justice to the issue. Here we are. MPP for our door or running mate ewo Kumase. Concert bebre koso. Nsɛmhunu bebre sebi previous ekoso. Na ehu hia sa wo Ghana ni a wo hweme no obeti bi na wo hu bi. Na wo so wati bi akari nsɛm no so ho wa so no so. Na nam se woni dinti no wadwe ho etimesi agina ye pa. Na watimi ato abapa come 7 December 2024. So this is what this 10th edition is about. Short break. I'll be bringing you a few highlights from President Mahama's historic engagement with the press. I'll be going straight to my guests who are all seated in the studio. This is the NDC and U segment. NDC and U, dear China said, the NDC Amanyuku, because we are not just saying vote NDC, vote John Mahama. No, we are saying that for a reason, and it is during this segment and the amount reason or the entire John Mahama. What is in that vote John Mahama? No, for you. What do you stand to benefit? What is the policy of the NDC for you? That is what this segment is about. Now, to say the medical tribunal. Kwesi de treni, Yewura Mahama ye bibia. Ebinsi Ghana bakose muda. Yes, I know kwe. Amampenyi ahodo bebre ene nsɛmtwerɛfo ayɛnhyiamu a ɔmama ho kwan ama nsɛmtwerɛfo ebisa ɔmo nsɛmbisa. Media engagements enye new phenomenon. But say yebenya opposition leader a wɔne nsɛmtwerɛfo bɛyɛnhyiamu. Na wafrɛ nsɛmtwerɛfo dodoɔ a ɛwɔ nkran ene Ghana miamia bebre. Ɔde ne vision beto wɔ n'anim. Na watena konya so ama ho kwan don hwere mienu ne fa 2.5 hours and over se bisamia semia upebiano ebinsi Ghana bakose muda. And wait share Yewura Mahama his commitment to transparency and accountability. And yes, I will be a question, like I said, question with minister ni ano mame, and MP ni ano mame, and I said one lawyer, buku naninchen, krata naninchen. He showed total command over the issues and dealt with the issues from archaeology to zoology, and it's let you know, say, and some will be no kind this if any policy in ano a rather send. So I money in a atunsium. It's answer President Mahama from Galamsey to the economy to education, all issues or the division on it by all the questions he answered them, and we'll be getting the perspectives of our guests. But before that, President Mahama can be or say insistent but was insistent but change is coming. Shema Mrs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for change. The time for change has come. And it is not just a slogan, but a clarion call to the heart and soul of our nation. This is a time for change because of the urgent need for a transformative shift in the way we govern, the way we create jobs, the way we live, the way we provide social services, including health and education, and the way we envision the future of our dear country, Ghana.
It's President Mahama, and I'm not saying in Ghana. I say, I was saying, Samba, we cannot afford to let generations unborn down. I was say, ye to abandon system because on minor essay. Now, I sound so train why in tia I was say, ye vote for incessant because in the last infirmary, about Bonnie, a Kufua, the Bawumia Pipia Bay, or must say, or minor, and also Shrema Mrs.
After almost 8 years under the deplorable leadership of the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia administration, we have seen our country sink into a serious economic abyss. The current economic mess sums up the verdict on this NPP administration. The harsh reality is that for most citizens, the piteous journey over the period has been a very bitter experience of economic and social deprivation. The unprecedented levels of poverty, unemployment, deterioration in our people's livelihoods, and social inequity have exposed the dubious strategy of hiding incompetence under sloganeering. It confirms without hesitation that the disruptive and hasty experimentation with the lives of the Ghanaian people was underpinned by a naive exuberance, arrogance, and indeed selfishness. And I'm referring to the economic challenges that have shattered the dreams of our youth and the aspirations of the vulnerable in our society. No one has been spared, not children, not adults, including the middle class and the elderly have all been hit very.
So, the President Mahama can a potoka sebuina said, and confobi by a ho at the adoko slogans ebeji to me, but nashi nukutrium. Omo number umuni mejuma umuni your mind hondo but slogan nearing tea can't submit the one district, one factory, one village, one town. Then so they had no clue about how they will implement these things, and this is the more reason why come 7 December I was here system. He gave hope that yenina ye kai hobumwa ye bitumi asesa bia omaneko so we can turn the tide. And he gave us 5 reasons why we can turn the tide. But I'll only show you 3 very quickly. Now we are back into the studios for the necessary conversation. And the producer, my videos,
fellow Ghanaians, and that's a very famous refrain, fellow Ghanaians. Notwithstanding these challenges, I'm imbued with optimism and a steadfast belief in my God Almighty and the amazing creativity of the Ghanaian people to assure you tonight that together we shall turn around this tide. We shall turn this government's destructive tide into positive and progressive waves that will reverberate in every home and corner of our country and across the globe, demonstrating that Ghana has once again gotten back on track. Let me give you 5 good and solid reasons why we shall reset Ghana and turn the tide. 1 is experience. Unlike any other candidate, I have navigated Ghana through tough economic waters before. My presidency was marked by significant infrastructure development, building economic buffers for inclusive growth while ensuring macroeconomic stability. I understand the intricacies of national crisis management and possess the proven experience to reset Ghana from the economic challenges that we face today. The second point is visionary leadership for economic revival. My vision for Ghana is rooted in sustainable development. I'll focus on revitalizing our economy for job creation through industrialization, enhancing agriculture, and ensuring the efficient use of our natural resources. My administration will introduce cross-cutting innovative policies that are inclusive, growth-oriented, and capable of restoring hope back to our youth. And the third point is commitment to job creation. Recognizing that our youth are the backbone of this nation, my government will prioritize and create decent, well-paying, and sustainable jobs by fostering a conducive environment for entrepreneurship and innovation. The government and the private sector will not only tackle unemployment but also inspire a generation of change makers and problem solvers.
Also, these are some highlights from the historic media engagement. The nation builder in Puntunyumura, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and in some trophy Yakusida Echemi. Also, we give you mapa. Some family baby or Mampenya Kufuado Neba Wilaya, as say Ghana Drew. Ghana will rise again. We shall turn the tide because he is experienced, number one. Why ye be da? Penisi the why ye be da? Your friend Ayabuafo. Yet your mind is shining, sir. He will hit the ground running. Now, and I'm saying why ye be dainty. We need baby. Ye far Ghana bit me a fan and to my pa a frebium. There also be also vision. And this what they look at see a bit me a transform Ghana Magana by a crabbe. There also means or say. Oba ne maye to so mienu de sinani so ani adwuma na no na Ghana for do ye mabunu ememo ane mabawa enne wunye nidaso eno mo wa ho kyeremu no mu di abene eno obani atutu aka won sebo mu di omo ye no di omo hwehwe no adwuma. And he spoke at length about the 24-hour economy ebema adwuma buso ama obia enye biaye. So this brings us to the end of recapping the main highlights. You have a question and answers in the course of the conversation. Now, key questions and answers be on the buyer no also wait to me at me. Now, before and also NDC 360 we are making history because, like I told you, your guest for today and you're the regular guest we usually have. But the come what as I said, NDC Ghana and then maybe a little here say the voices of conscience, voices of patriotism. Nipa, they are not NDC people per se, but I'm kind of cry no work could do or made dom akuma so no more gay or minor no a baby and the ba no so about the cancer more about wow no way to me who dear cause we my Ghana no what abapa. And today we are blessed to have two broadcast journalists of many years experience. They are some of the best in the area of Central and the Ubo Ejumano. And we are comrades in the struggle to rescue our country from the clutches of Amambufuya, Omajo Meya Kentanswa, Omondo Bobusia for the Womba, Esselmay. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Kwamana Bubi and broadcast journalist, and the host of Citizen Show on Accra FM. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Captain Smart. Known him for a very long time, all the way back from Kumasi. Today, he's the host of Bawumia Mache. These two experienced, patriotic, courageous broadcasters have joined me in the studio. Benjamin Mama Kwaba. I'm starting to come now. You watch it. Na enye wa muti say.
Ya wonkwa. Ya na ubisa nkrofo say ne muti say ya. Also me can dey. But at least we have life. And that is the most important thing. tia wonkwa.
Where there is life, there is hope.
There is hope.
That is a soul.
Where there is hope.
And since I bet me aba.
We'll get there. I am very confident. I believe God. So unyame magana enka baby away. Unyame be rescue Ghana. Ghana has been here before. Yeah, we have been here before. Even some of the incidents near Moye in the 60s, in the 70s. Yeah, we have been here before. Now we trust God. So unyame rescue here in the 70s, in the tough times in the 80s. Where there was drought in soon talk aduane din onyame je Ghana obesia hebi
that's it I'm a many cratete a producer here the power asem na okai na say we will get there usibisa you no ready say no na the power kojo what point to say
yami adom me ho pa wo so
yami adom no pay na me show
sound
no pay na me show but ansakra ni be fiti ase am person na bo mabaso for edumaso a mumieno munimuya no mapam for come home with them on my gun on your various shows the question is say voices of conscience like you and a koye NDC opposition ko a menye sure say oh my Ghana and it so a nipa bebre anya sense sambeba no komo benya. So thank you for all the things you do. Now let's go straight into action. Question that you were at Kimpiski. President Mahama na no disem utibi some of the two dra Simbi said by you say one kasa or key highlights be wom. If I say oh dear forget about me, just look at the camera. Now only in Komo. What are your thoughts about the program? What are the key highlights for you? Questions ni answers by and ufri say was say Ghana for trio my dream so.
Sabe me da se eminia akwa bay yeshia Same
and the
medawase ne ada ya hwefo ase en same ma meso memfa kwanya we so na memba wabaso wa ya de me hu se o sha ase na em se yebianu no so so e sha ase se wo mo eyebi so obviously you have done well.
Thank you.
At least what be kwa bia to say political parties issue ohun kwai so mo obodawo ebo wo mo adwuma ma ye when we bibi aka na JM believes in accountability.
That's
He believes in accountability. You can never roll with JM, then you don't believe in accountability. And as you see, accountability, you know, again, the pillar, one of the pillars of the PNDC, NDC, probity and accountability. And from his experience from me papa, the late Atanos, then I see that drive, that there is something he has learned over the years from the founder, the late Rollins, to his boss, the late Professor Mills, and today or exhibit those traits. It means only media for Russia, but then me picking and I'll ask this question: when is Dr. Bawumia going to meet the press? When? And I know me to say, when is Dr. Bawumia going to meet the press? Me to say, Roger Mahama,
Captain Smart in
some question. Hey, you should come. You see, sometimes if you know, so me na mabu my papa say anke me say the message go away. And the young so no go. You know, sometimes when you say we cleaner, go to the market, like the market square, the friends you for support. Go back them, no go gare. So they who esiatiafa.
Especially when you say you have done better.
And so Jomame Gani debate from Bawumia. Before I could go to my social media handle to put about something. Then I saw our sister Joyce Mukta Abawa, and she was very emphatic that John Mahama ne Bawumia ni any debate we are, and I support her. Do you know why? I think Bawumia will be a big car. The John Mahama only be more meet the press. Avail yourself. Let them ask you questions
on behalf of the people.
On behalf of the people. Economy no run say. See the no dey say source by in Sawomo and say trickery and say yefa. Then we gane here key no way when they real key no. Then you need to explain to us. Especially when we are certain vice president and you are still the head of economic management team and the country is struggling economically. Now we are in an economic mess. We are not in crisis, we are in mess. When we are in crisis, which will be a name daso and ababa boy patabri. A mess and mess will be a creating mess. So they have created a mess.
Anything that we do no.
That is why it's running.
So my friend say we na we na dey prapra kwa mu.
Yeah.
Nka ba don say no so ko ba so bodu mu ansa na me nko kwadwo ho. Kwadwo also ma me wo preliminary overview of what happened at Kimpiski.
Amenda wasema amenda wa hwe nyina ase. We are live on Onia Angel, Loud Silence and a few other social media handles. Essentially, Jumabia say, Unia Kukudru, no Union Sajaye. And see, Ubia Oyebise say, anyone or Pabemono, Unia Kukudra, no Union Sajaye. And now Misha says, ese mempene se mejina mfimfin ti NDC ni ba no abekasa no ko na MPP ni ba no abekasa no ko emisement ase me meka ma dwen nti se opa ne wati me ompa ko tie de oye neutral no na neutral nso kane a simple we are wiring na neutral ejani nti me nyahwe
wakasem
yeah. It's a be central video neutral for all neutral broadcasters and journalists in this world are thieves. Yes, they are thieves. So they always want to remain unattached. So they don't go to the truth, neither will they want to go with the lies. They say they want to be in the middle. So the liars will bring money, the truthful people will bring money. They stay in the middle and take money. Chop. And that's a fact. Nami MPP ni. Kromunti mejai. Me CPPD says. Okay. Say, no share on many baby I could do now. A young central phone ya say kuru. Ghana baby you do say no. A young central for yen yama many jija abidruha.
Why do you say so?
One, we saw Rollins. Not media space near Kitwebi. Even that free press as a newspaper. Also Rollins mujina my papa nano ho hyehina do baby kura yete say unkohwie ni ma bi kura egu my office. Then it got to J Kufuor, Alhaji Bature and Kwesi Pratt. We kai Kumasi the cover demonstration by Yifie journalist in the by kakrebi yesonibo. Time a bedru Kufuor exit power. Na Professor John Evans Fifi Adamiel say ba no. Na media houses and others. A corner so the sycophants about industry. I want dream man say a buyer war power no a honor war because of what obinya car, you be sissy in your car, you behind diamond.
yɛbɛma no adwuma ayɛ yɛbɛma no contract. So instead of broadcasters concentrating on the job to save a nation, they were concentrating on political parties to save their pockets. Now after the big child from Manukra fee a year 2009 Ebano. Now that time I'm MPP. Now you're MPP presenters. It's a fact. We saw nothing good about the NDC. Oh yeah, no, I mean nobody saw anything good about the NDC. We were always Kufo until Professor Moses Bufu Bako our two car quarterma and that's expose bi and then I set it back who say no yeah yap him but then penny for that time made you second uncle and the corruption away industry chief and and nona a prayer besin there say it's a president a first central friendship more either say you throw question amount and I say one just a question need be young fro John an invitation about say Ocean Central for na me wo ase me say kwan bia ye fa so e beba bedru no ye beba bedru and indeed nyame ye yadom ye tumrika kakra ba de timi bedru ye I'm sure me do hono na me pese me observant na me nenam me pese me hwe wo hono bi anim because ye ni wo ye MPP journalist ye ni and ye ni wo o mo ye NDC journalist ye ni ye ni ye ho and ye so ya bo ya dua to free we ye Kufu a ebeka ya adua kire we ye Kufu a ebeka ya adua kire we ye Mahama ebeka ya adua kire ye so ye ho ti be hwe dem so and the be ha be de cause everybody be good no bia when I'm say oh really and John allowed everybody into this space to do what? Come and ask him questions. Okay. What the man is so I know we no what the man I know we no what the man I know we no the man na madwe here be say table not ho no bibi sha say now as yeah. You know, but the fact still remains that his understanding, knowledge, the free flow with the media no is unprecedented in the history of this country. Kufua or started People's Assembly or started, is it Meet the Press or something?
Yeah, Meet the Press.
Saturday Central for Bayer in the Fourth Republic. The records are there. The only president who were engaging media more Edward Mahama. That one is a fact. You can't run away from it. The only person will be able to answer the question. And one beautiful thing, like Barack Obama, who be sent a question, you know, be young or boarding. Oh, you observe that? Yes. Who be sent a question, yeah, or boarding. So I'm person about would or more pronoun. And I'm more BBA. You tell me say, oh, or you're attached to you. It's a attitude we send a question. Obe answer no obonidin yatiti airport that's right fees be brave taxes yeah sure you really na me be a question no in pass for the cattle smart but of million because we say you
dear, I think I said John D president we are.
Think about the Ecuadorian about the almost the person in Central for share. He was answering the question said that Baina
Ediana we need running mate. Fortunately, we need a run. Nti young fan say na power sefi. Nti a few western region maybe because now they are planning so ombesa on Velibium. Ombesa ya outdoor
at least tell me no occur rounds no. Now our konya say odu amantama there are media practitioners there. Nkobetumi afasa konya no so no Asia. I strongly believe
media why do you think say for about 4 years ni Nkrofui Kufuado Bawumia media for no mudwane they don't want to be
COVID and Russia Ukraine. COVID and Russia.
That's how ridiculous it is.
Ghana and Central for you.
It's become an institution.
Yes,
I mean institutional memory.
I mean there's trouble for you. He's got voice clarity. He's got composure. He can stand one place for more than 7 minutes without even turning his head. When you are competing with people of that nature, no say Jina no the boss there. If you look at her demeanor, UPSA, she's also started learning that. Now, let's be real. Bawumia cannot stand 2 minutes without moving away from his original position. He's not a preacher. He's a politician. Preachers hop. Politicians very long. Politicians, you know. You see, you see, baby alone. We need to open up the wounds so that the Ghanaian politician will know that no, people are observing, people are watching, so that they will not take us for a ride again.
Hopping, let's say, can you
or the and you see, may you're very hot, and I'm saying to some father was why I want to sit. So I will not hop. Or the baha, no galloping, or the baha, no galloping. It's a mat with breath. Anytime your breath control and your thoughts.
With the Omopa Wumbitioka, I'm a consultancy. It's basically a person may do from you Kojo Youngson of Joy FM dances. Okay, I say. Ompene emaye galamsey will assume and acquire him, he will ban it. And omo we fiase no. And nam say nyo mo na the real kingpins of galamsey. Ne binum na disika show mo chi yesent no. and started from a clean state. I want to know what you think about that, because meaning say you are passionate about that. Because you must start free. Then we'll go again.
As I'm making. And then this is 364 the problem. MPP ministers to Tugalam say Maka, and I am repeating, Western Regional Minister Utugalam say Ngokubuka Utugalam say Tugalam say. And I have dared them the past 4 months. I want them to go to court and they will see something. And because people are desperate, they don't care about Ghana anymore. And His Excellency was right. When we go to Ghana, they know nothing about where the funds are coming from. The main ones are here in Accra. And what this can say. There was no exit plan. There was no proper exit plan as compared to the youth employment and even JIDA that had a solid exit plan. You had no exit plan. So all the so-called 100,000 youth now will throw them off the hook. When you know, because when the dear obey. But Nipana site no
Otibito excavator no.
Yeah, man, in Kata, chief of staff desk so. Jubilee House. I've said this one too. What do you check? No. I mean, not from already. Yeah, sure. What do you check? Okay, and then we are now. Minerals Commission, any Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, we need not to go. I've said it over and over again. I want them to come and challenge me. Minerals Commission from Australia, from the abroad, everybody will need to go and say.
Then you're going to say
forget it because so we to go and say Minerals Commission, Manu or Dano, ni constituency or no one fee ye to go and say. It is a room to be now. Your Minerals Commission penia then necessary. Ukochia kwa dano tell you hona watch a fly and you were Asante Hene we were matching group Emra Asante Regional Minister you ought to wait any no Lands and Natural Resources Minister which is the Asante Hene kind was some mobile number can share them said they are more natural man in Bamenka but answer na make kind they are more natural than kind Mamin come with the answer. And as something the Maya Tias say, said you do said you are no more than Mono. And you confirm really you and mention what here, we are Galam say site. No one can know only MPs. Only MPP are paying for only DCs. Only ministers. Only chief executives. And the two for can say. Yenya you were them here, you tell you or has you or how to be a sana to Galamsino. Nobody will see about Galamsi. What happened? So I think that
you think the answer was right?
Yes, the answer was right. And you don't expect to do for so Sabi or bank and also contribute to Galamsi. And your Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the Minerals Commission responsibility to do that.
So we can give the amnesty to after burning paying for no sense, you know.
Some money sound. Many or two way. No, I could react idea. Now, accommodate me. Now, if you share million restaurant, no, I told you, mammy. No, I told you, mammy. My dear, we did 3 days. Benjamin and I don't start to able. Na post for aquachino na catch say dia na captain DB and you dem the court you do court wa e you dem na dey dia no bi so mu no no for 20 restaurant e come de me no to dia na me na bi di I am the umoko no na ma ko it's you this kind of thing kai ha they are the one ministries department and agencies in Penifona won kai ha won yes adwuma no won say di kan to who said we don't know them. We know them. I mean, they are there. But that's a good remember.
Mahama announced a certain policy. It's the first time President being Ghana matters waka bibisa, and I want to pick your thoughts on that. Or say, even though mining is not illegal, well, who says openema will party paying for obi omoba wa bemu ekoye sa former gudie tu adwuma ni bi mine ni bia entimi ma eko against galamsey ayese nsuo ni akwaye no entimi ma yonku ni ye enti ono de ompene emana ban mu nipa bia enye mine not even galamsey because galamsey is illegal but ompene ma wonye mining wo panyimu na e wasa wo babua no na ebu nsuo ni akwaye ompene. What do you think about this policy?
Some
or if you want to do mining, corner mining.
I'm monitor. Said the minia kojo a kind, but some my clear be quick. Na membra way so during a year question and answers no. Omubusa JMBB about a year sports.
Yes.
What I saw mobile building stadium. No, okay, BB said untimi shehombo. And I think I for on that position I would just depart from His Excellency's point. You see, the NDC has a track record in sports, in sporting facilities. And yeah, this is the CK Stadium. Meaning say yes. Ora Mahama share on mind baby asay yakodu no ene se opeke on mind no on person be se bebre get ase but sometimes look our track record and when Ora Mahama track record Ora Mahama every opportunity to reset the country because when Professor Mills picked a year on my from Akufo. President Mahama was there. Over the difficulties. And when we said the boss at 10 a and Yama around. So experience no ho. Then when Yami and Adu Mane be main driver over the difficulties. Or 10 a and Yama. Because to stay in court for almost like a year. And so you are able to manage the economy.
Yeah. So you wanted a clear promise in ABC Stadium. But remember good news because speech, there was a party here you spoke about that, about not building new stadium, but rehabilitating the Atasiam and
You see, I think that we don't have to overstretch your facilities are your water that by doing new things. That we don't have new brains to manage.
That's the point. We can
one, two. Sesia yetihenu yemi FIFA approved stadia.
Yeah.
And only idea say Accra Sports Stadium, Kumasi Baba Yara Sports Stadium, Tamale the no credit to wine. Aliu Mahama Sports.
Then we have
Esipon. Hold you Mako ye. Asimo catcher and say, and yes, can you would have? I didn't even say a pitches papa be in here. I will
get that from your archives. What President Mahama said about sports facilities from his speech.
Yes, no, Bob, it's a sports presenters. Yeah, the table. And
it's not healthy.
And we are the stickers. Attaching to ball, boss. What to say?
Sports is an avenue for job creation for humanity and the power.
I want John Mahama. Let me say this: John Mahama should give us his clear
on sports
cut policy.
And me so kodwasene na mene nako. The main reason why Ghana is struggling with Galamsey issues is because I could to Galamsey no. I could Bawumia to Galamsey no. You see, let me be frank here. Sure. I'm not so stupid to feel say Galamsey Akufo-Addo buy and buy. I'm not stupid. Yenya issues from rolling style, operation, cow leg, any those now. But you see, the previous administration almost me dealing with the issue because the government was not part of the galamsey. Now, we are not able to tackle the problem because the presidency is involved. And I'll give you the presidency now. National security. Yes, I'm a galamsey as well. And I before now the catch on say, can say the presidency is involved. Hey, I have said it already before. You see, the galamsey thing now, serious. I mean, galamsey now, people are looking for money for campaign. So, any idea one be jai. But sense you in Amagana ya crench Abagana in the name of what's a calibrated ya crench. No one is saying crench. Important. That's a certain. In Sokra Abani another business for them. They create the means to create business and profit of it. Yes. That is what they are doing to us. So you hold President Mahama to that promise. Look, for the government to succeed in galamsey business, almost said that the military and the police is shame. But for the first time, no, for when that to be done, say I dance sorry one day, you say national security car. See, I know the mom your friends are quite or commercial and Kobepe. Flag bearer ni dia di MPP mu yi kunkura no ye ya down fi nana pon ye na mo yi nana pon na head of transport e wo Jubilee ye da so ya ye si boys bi je ti wo forest mu tu go for the chrome one. Yes ye etiwa ye ko che wo man national security boys, they were 8. And they were using national security cars. Please. The car story. Please. And they picked the cars from the Jubilee House. They took these boys to court. When they buy boys no any ebe threaten say Akufo-Addo nyai boys now. Boys no be say akasa. Omo kasa enye papa. You dey hu penyufo na say. Yes. I see. The next week on court. Boys now. As I'm talking to you now, 4 as a foolish case. Wow. No, how can you say I buy your national security near cars and they are protecting a buying penny for a more galamsey will assume. I mean, how wicked can people? So say a wicked say, look, go and listen to Ekowusi. Sit down. Listen to that tape very well. MPP, Central Region. And I hope maybe a parliamentary candidate. So, okay. Just imagine. This guy. And all that guy is a candidate for jail. It means because these two guys, there is no way. This we need election. John Mahama more before Moody. Issue. Baby, I would just say it baby. There was a question about sports video now already, but monkey pima me yebebo. But there was a question about Asani Yebeko free SHS, Yanko father for all. Since Central ni be shunned off. Bisa Ira Mahama say NDC maybe ya born to us Ghana from to Abama you say ya can send bebre ya bechichiwe e ba say father for all. To bisa question be say one pegi Mahama as father for all no o boss e the sign wa na o the sign wa is it ye tutu efiri mu ti say the tutu be ye no. I say have you been exorcised or the father for all syndrome? Or my answer, I don't have to go into the answer. My means that in free kodio. What do you make of that? Oh, so, do you remember that? So I say father for all say and no call because of the fighting corruption. Yes, or say to a freedom. Yeah. And what because you have been at the forefront of the corruption fight. I want to make a statement. I don't trust the NDC and the MPP when it comes to the fight against corruption. I don't trust any of them.
But the NDC and the MPP, I don't trust any of them. The reason is this. Yenim wowa ewo MPP mu na anu a wo ye nyem bi anya nkrata gu ho a se echewo ye nchi obia. Yenim wo so a no wo NDC mu na anu whatever time a ono so nkrata gu a se echewo ye nchi obia. But yemfa do ni na nto nchen. Me de me say John aka na me say de nti a me ka wo me show so say meto aba ma no, of which I am repeating that me,
you Captain Smart said
no, may I have said it. Me the job for no new position. Time I me say I don't know, because say I'll be a fool if I vote for the NDC. I'll vote for Nanado. And indeed I voted for Nanado. 2020 I voted for Nanado. And I am telling you, this year, but who say me am CPP no one here flag bearer.
CPP name also there say
Anya flag bearer. Because of his position now on corruption, say Oba one. Na bemu ni pebie ni hwa. Obetimi ato state assets. Ebusano no yiba no. Number 2. Say one want to
ma the minister be an to hotel go dey no asasi won to there yo ya ma won to kudwom na kotobi.
Number 2, one so ata abaye japade a wonu na bam to say be for position this say me
tell say
one ma to abaye japade ne abaye nsase ni nyina no obaje John Kasemi or say the fight against corruption, no, if you really mean that, it should start from within. It's or no, the second coming, no. Obama, the fight against corruption has started within.
No
one, no, they are quabonte. Some ube ne chairman. Catch them and say, why you bet bobo.
You can't trust it. Like Bobie said, no. Mahama is a man of his word. And you can check him out. He's a man of his word.
You see, there is something about John Mahama, and there is something about the NDC. Last week, I made a castle with you because when Kufuor took over from Rawlings, a bold, Bonte said he wants President Kufuor to prosecute him. So I bought Ronwa. And you see, and I'm just a traits. You see it running through.
Yeah.
Now, after the most Mahama administration, then another NDC leader called John Mahama came out. That look, my man, me and you, Yako contest on several occasions. Now, ultra 8 years. Say, no more any debts on me, prosecute me. You see, when a leader
me say or can be about hotels be and almost say
but let me this question also say President Mahama in government issue said he can bite with the issues of Abuga Pele, with the issues of $1 million. I've forgotten her name. Vikihama and other issues.
Yeah, because like let me come in slightly. You see, even in the questions and answers, okay, Jida was a very difficult case.
Very difficult one.
And some trouble for agree CBB so no ye refi. Say rehwemu no ono na order say yenye Jida hu rehwemu. Report no ko di no one twan am obi am right to information request. Ko do some na man no ko ni ho. On one of the reports here they buy because say you bet to be to catastrophe proyasia yan so Kenya and to so near mobia kwana onka once. That was commendable. 50 million cedis na akwa kodi nkrofu bi nsem ojema wo maye no omo na was ni mia no down for the yonko brebo ekoda afiase enoti if for nothing at all we can believe this man will live up to his word. I'm happy say Kojo
You have decided to vote for John Mahama on the basis of this, and you are saying that this will be the test case.
Hotel issues.
Sir, Mahama or hotel or Dubai, any idea? Make a way can't be done. That's what I want to cry. Oh, yeah, sure. Make a way can't be done.
But all the information if you
didn't have a tray. When I make come myself. Come as Mike. Make a way can't be done. Okay? And the weekend to that week broadcast now, front page of Daily Guides, our stories near the end of it was a proper briefing.
Proper briefing from where?
Oh, Tiasia, we are communicator. You so I said, no, I have to go to Dubai myself.
I see. To that extent.
Oh yes, I went to Dubai. I remember one dancer for.
Wow.
That's why I came back to say that it is not true, and I am sorry. It's locations now what they there was nothing like that in the entire place called Dubai.
So they paid for your place?
No, they did not pay. That was after the story.
Oh, okay, after the story.
So the office said, "Bibi, we will call exclusive about." That we are here my job to provision. About to pay. It's meaning to verify. Okay. So we have hotels for Dubai. Why is he now saying say or call the Lucy election? But I buy crumble baby or better. Then I didn't correct. So let me go and look. Locations no we are the coy and Obia Uganda for Dubai airport will be minimum said the idea is see here. You really no wife the coy. It's you really now you may samba back to Ghana. Ijidani mu na sa sesaya bags or trolley no mako. Then the John and oh, I see. We be saying catch you. Only the power for. Honestly, no. Number seven Kobachi. Oh, no besing. No say we're from afar. Now, the protocols and the courtesies I demand as a former president it's that Dubai guards the billion or no one there almost take car to a more airports or on the Neko and he stopped. And on the I have scanned through. Beside there's no location of the sorter.
GPS no cannot play.
A hotel. So to hotel and near would Dubai their minim. But they can't that done bad day. You see actually a share. Hotel. Ewo. Some will stop it. Say fight against corruption. And none of the support Akufo-Addo. We did him and the most corrupt president ever in the history from Gold Coast to today. We'll come and penia. June the Katasha Proyane Kanka do Corona Pa or Ghana. From Gold Coast, Queen Elizabeth Mutama, Don Ziabuji, Azambuja Mutam, Beto Share. So they want us to prove number one. Former Greek military 80 billion. No, they fight here. I mean, we have no Kubenzo. A Bruben who costs 80 billion. Yeah, they fight 80 billion. He was cleared. But under no problem. Under Nanado, so excavators 442 and 42 excavators in Hanso. I get that from location. Car trailer the excavator if you Western region back Cape Coast Central Police Station. Wabedu police for check it. A person for to car from Cape Coast be told, sir. Nobody said then I cover excavator no e one mabo. Umudu na nobody in this but the excavator in this one mabo. What do you know to nchen? We share budget I call office of the president. Over 2 billion Ghana cedis a year.
Where if PDS input?
Okay. 2 billion Ghana cedis a year. This you divided by 30, 12 you would know how much we are now. We are spending almost 19 million Ghana cedis a day at the presidency. In fact, a day. Yeah, day. No, what are we using that money for? Yeah, day. One district, one factory. Abayese was spending over 3 billion Ghana cedis on that. Any group of companies, one district, one factory. It's only sick and then the question.
Could you sue?
No. And this is what I want my colleague journalists say
shine light on
John Mahama, catch them and say, hey, Brad John, I do let's correct it. Now I show men Kasa Nanado, I'm a chief of staff, I'm a car. Enti umabo through Sakura, we can.
Yeah.
And then what you neutral? Okay.
So Bobby to us man.
Yeah, my method is also on the corruption, right? Me
the father for all
me pay a year John Mahama any NDC commitment in fighting corruption. And said the million kind with the answers our the Maye and my Ghana phone imuda clear. Interestingly, now Bawumia throughout Nikasa Munina, Netonina, or to mention what be so about fighting corruption. Very interesting. Magraheb Mentias say when the media campaign in 2016, from 2020 down to 2024. TB. But Mami dealing with a last point now raising issues about father for all.
Yeah.
Oh, me would say the existence of the late nurse. We were very close. We saw what happened, and I think nurse idea was that. You're settle or minor than chasing people. Maybe you say Abwa. Because a new man could flag the Bawumia and call for the year of my
Kutupa.
You know, see one Kutupa. Only didn't come out banter on social media, no more Busau. From 2008 to 2016, I'm by then. Look, my brother, I'll sit here, and if you are telling us that the former president, His Excellency John Mahama, is watching us. Mr. John Dramani Mahama. And we are the member we need. But if he fails, and when you check, and a former president needs to be but if he fails, no, we see, because the reason why the whole country is quiet. The reason why Asobia the Dinsha Kufado no. Nobody is afraid of them. But Ghana for Jiri said there is hope. Because
sɛ krono a akɔso ne ɔmayɛ japade abɛn ya fei sɛ wo pɛsɛ attentrene justice ɛyɛ adwuma mmara yɛ adwuma the only way out is change because there is no way Bawumia can come out better and there is no way. I mean the only reason why we change, the reason why I want change and you say MPP for here bushie for the reason why I want MPP to go to opposition and say SSC it will stop corruption for 2 years.
Ghana back.
You see, corruption now air cost no. Chief, let me tell you this. Over Fourth Republic here, Kofo, any John Mahama pe, any Abaya Mampenia, who prosecuting minister won a file. Yeah. And J. Kofo. Alaji Isa Mobila.
No, Alaji Isa Mobila was the CPP chairman.
Okay, you are talking about the sports PNC. PNC.
No, you're sports minister.
Yeah. But other Mahama the day, no party ni so come.
Yes.
And John Dramani Mahama so no any party ni. Or can the CC so then the court Sanjeli no. Okay. Enti some say Kufo catch them so be fight corruption as an individual imagine. So John Mahama as an individual, that's why I'm saying that me I'm not going to vote for NDC, I'm going to vote for John Mahama. No. It's Enti and no me GD say obetimi a prosecute. Nipa banko anami no. That's it. What I was saying is
Owura Mahama Omomodin ma onfeli Ghana.
Yeah.
On punishing thievery. And many can be or say Akufo-Addo or corrupt. Akufo-Addo corrupt.
It's a corruption.
There is difference between being corrupt and being a thief.
Why do you say so?
He is a thief. He's a criminal. He is a thief. He's a criminal. And I'll tell you once again. Look, if you are not a criminal, how can you allow a company from Nigeria we're packing in Yema airport? More than 12 working days. And so where's the now I shall say or I make COVID test or jump for $50. And after
I can say that 150.
And then 150, right?
$50.
But then after 150, then after working for 1 or 2 years, you're sorry that Ubusa health minister or some minimum. Ubusa
contract when they can know this over the contract.
Then appeared before committee. Ubusa foreign minister say minimum. Ubusa aviation authority airport company minimum. And you free me buy. Only you no more issue statement from a presidency signed by Fremont Pare. Telling us say a Juma frontiers for the bag Ghana be you know. Only say Sikabe said $38 million is in Echo. Ghana $6 million. Na but almost them to move from a RTI that no journalist or any other person can seek information about them.
Then you are justified.
How can you head up Bonnie with me to look? Let me tell you why Akufo-Addo is a thief and he's a criminal. What could you COVID Sika Ediaba? Any catcher was okay. COVID Sika no be a bench. Well, Yama Parliament, empty bipartisan committee. Winning year. Yes, I'm coming. No member committee. So now say the actual expenditure. Are you a free year? And the chairman of the committee. And can you say, Kabashimano, said they, that people there, and when you say, committee, MPP mean conform a meeting because a conform no yes cannot, and they cannot justify. The president is not worried. And you are telling me the president is just corrupt. He's a thief, a criminal.
But yes, yeah.
And we need to protect that for the first time. We have a president who is a mafia, a criminal, a mafia, a criminal.
And that is why I salute people like you, even though sometimes we disagree. Because the Omodia, you see, no, it's a national security.
39 times in 2 years. Oh, my cook must me back.
But I cry them somebody handcuff.
Sure. Now, yet me actually.
All because Corona, because we are talking
about a Joshua. If you come say by a chima Joshua. Police station is a work for Joshua Benina. And for man, Kobe, be a.
They will go in 70 of what you say on a cosy.
And some mayor. So you see, now one junior one say, na Captain Smart. I didn't back we were home. No chimia, we be the crew. Everyone chimney.
Go your bonnet.
Nemenka. Samati I say, Majai. Mentia say, we am a day, Mentia say. Sammy, or much the last but 3. Our mochime. Me group see you. Me chairman Jantama, Mr. Nuama COO. We na buy. We buy na mada. Me tia ko mo national security for office wo na mada. Ena ba ko bi nyanam say wada na say nanka come here then come lidi. O say captain na say captain. I had odum better say mejide.
So it's all about intimidation.
Yeah, that's only a bit far.
I mean, this is why we need to rescue this country, and there must be a new paradigm shift. I mean, corruption is your first subject, but I want to pick your thoughts on one last one. Now,
Okay, all right.
On the issue of free SHS. So, Mahama can also phobia, yes, also for Kokobi, as well, the Omania Champo was away. On the Namua was Mahama be free SHS move, be free SHS move. And President Mahama gave an answer to that. Producer boy, no mame. Na Obosa answer the mame afa. The part about John Mahama's speech on sports on Fatwa Soka Krebi, yeah, banner a job responses now. We are going to Kumasi on what the MPP did there.
Excellency, she also wanted to know what your position on free SHS is.
My position on free SHS?
Aside the bill, yes.
My position on free SHS is known. In 2015, I launched progressive free SHS. That's what the Constitution says. The only difference between us and MPP is the approach. We thought that we should put the infrastructure in place and we should do the necessary preparation to absorb the free SHS. And so we started with day students. We made it free for day students. And in the second year, we absorbed 120,000 students on the free SHS. Nanado himself lauded me. It's there in the media. Just, if I had my phone here, I'll Google it. He said, Nanado lauds Mahama's free SHS. It's there. UNESCO, congratulated us for launching the free SHS. How can a person who launched free SHS be against free SHS? And so it's a political gimmick that is played by our opponents. Free SHS has come to stay. And nobody can roll it back. All we're saying is, let's improve the implementation. Let's take away the bottlenecks. Let's work to abolish the fast track. Let's be able to feed the children better by decentralizing the school feeding, the free SHS school feeding program. So those are all the kinds of initiatives we're thinking about. But we can only take that decision if we come together as stakeholders and discuss freely the challenges that it faces. Today, there is not the environment for a free discussion of free SHS. Ask any teacher or headmaster. If they make comments adverse to the conditions and implementation of free SHS, they are either sacked or they are transferred to Siberia. And so we must change that. We must free them to be able to come up and talk about it and discuss free SHS and how we can improve it. My commitment is to improve it. And so that political gimmick, if he comes, he will cancel free SHS. And I've seen some Osofutu going around and repeating the same thing. I don't know if he's, I don't know who he is, but he's also gone around repeating that same tired, hackneyed, political propaganda. I am committed to free SHS. I was the one who launched free SHS in this country, and free SHS has come to stay. I'll just add a few things to what I said about free SHS. One of the objectives we would set ourselves in terms of if we agree that education is the most important driver of prosperity and growth, then we must be prepared to identify and earmark funds for it. We already have Get Fund, which goes into infrastructure, but we must find dedicated funding to be able to implement the free SHS seamlessly. Track and ball pitches and pay stipends to footballers in the Premier League like we promised if we give soccer. Let me also assure
this is NDC 360. We are bringing you NDC and you with two experienced broadcasters who have paid their dues to this nation. I'm talking about Captain Smart of Bawumia Mache and Kwamna Bobiansa of the Citizen Show. Now, Kwamna starting free ho, we bonita umame. Now what concerns kakra on sports?
Yeah.
Me the speech kakraba. Yeah. Shahona mame. Now, your views on President Mahama's answer on free SHS.
Okay. Quick one. I think now I'm clear on JM direction in policy on sports.
Yeah.
and I think he can do more.
Sure.
The NDC can do more. You see, NDC, yes, I mean, I believe in more capabilities, more capacity to drive this country.
Bampuntua.
A bampuntua.
Yeah.
India na men pese mo beto to mo hwase. Muni yo.
Yeah.
Dia mon kantre ese mo be yo.
Sure.
Na mo be yo so.
Sure. So if you say the president Mahama can ask them there for football people. We say Ghana football at because of local league now.
Yeah.
A local league is the
structure. Yes.
Assembly Makasa.
Very, very important.
And the economy the more my economy economy you because the CA say John Kuma we are claiming say $30 million on account to me. John Kuma economy will be $30 million. Oh, about probably two. What you say? But one bet me last one. That infrastructure. Make infrastructure. Police will be a lot count. We need them to win the police. Because the way are on Nantino, on Nantian set trained police officer. Also for questions, also Mahama in my dance chair. So I have a former COO, Mr. Winfredafo. When they try ninja pictures in Tabanam, you had made a ministries, police station, ninja, you know, try. And I'm a catcher police and say, let me tell you this. In the Fourth Republic, party, we Yanfa individual no ye presidential candidates in the party, Wama infrastructure. Ghana, AMDC, and no, won't be the share.
Yeah.
Now, infrastructure, can say, Yakosi 6-unit class, Saturday time, 6-unit structure, and then for some years, like Rage Hospital, like University of Ghana, like Industrial Market. Sankanemi Obiami John Mahama can see military hospital can make imagine some of the better J Kufoda. Some of friend J Kufoda 38 military hospital. Obiami or no one coming here.
Afaridiano.
You see, these are the kind of infrastructure here. And Ghana need beer or person or ten crap kind of Caribbean him say about the Yancy Japadia ma the man say brother let me afford a better what if you be away you let me afford a better what at the time it will say a ban infrastructure John Mahama within 4 years. It's a fact. Infrastructure or you know. In from 2017, BC and now me no can say so what chibu tenor about win one.
Captain Smart Nekasana and formation.
I mean that's a fact.
Yeah. So with sports issue Matthias, but I did about corner person me Florence ana ya kokumase. Na onya kojo Ubisa GM question be that day.
Yeah, the new things.
That a dear bay for fro.
Yeah.
Let me say, could you say a question? No, the bad team na me pese me catch it. But mind you, corruption no, and yeah, you call Roland Agambile. Is issue. Samokaya, GM Draghi, Asano to court.
Even national service scandal.
You know, so they say
addicted many.
Sure, but
on the new things, you know, what came into your mind?
The Bisa Moana say, Captain, GM also became new things we actually view.
Was that what came to your mind?
The Bisa Moana say, what new thing?
Okay.
Because look, well, when I wake up and I know that at Trouble Gas, the Nurse Mahama administration is giving us $300 million annually. Or is it per month?
Annually.
Afibia.
Sikanke ya debe kwa kra ujafra mefra bononia base sisikane kai krumha.
So me so na me hu sa de no a. E se me nkwa say John Mahama enya opportunity no a. The Trouble Gas phase 2 on the complete.
The hospital is illegal.
That is where I'm coming. So me so na me terminal 3. Na me kai say na ye Bearland. Na Jomama ne trust no say no. Sika mo de ma ye ya ban no. Ye kwaje bosia mo mfa ntwetwa. Na mo si ye si terminal 3. Akufo do ba ye na me nya ketwa na ya saa de no. Ene ko hu nya sa say. Enya me so domestic flight wo. Ma me enye bibi. Na me compliment me nya ne de no. O de mama dan. As a private entity. Yeah, Madam, every year a good bottom. Do I need to ask your mama for anything? Yeah. Now, when I enter Kumasi, we really make Roma Santimampon. Your mama and my water plant. Yeah, your mama and a year Mampo station. Baby, I will see Mampo station, Santimampon station, a year no coin and 8 years now. Do I need to what you're saying is based on the why you trust it so why you did and your mama the last 5 points now boy you know he mentioned about to reset the country was it I have the experience because we have gone through tough times and he was there.
It's resetting Ghana.
Yes anything. I agree with you. So I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I'm just saying something. Hold on. So experience. Then he mentioned about infrastructural development, which means a continuation.
Yeah.
Now, Mahama is just taking us further.
When could you ask that question?
Yeah.
Mr. New things maybe a bit by my dream. And also, and some of it, one Kasamaka Mwasamoha. You see, for a president to tell his party people on where you mama no, who pin say NDC be babem, say look, me ma bemu. Be anywhere between I am mining. Now, sounds why a government official. It's something new. Bakoso akojo bisa se lebe si mitimi. Se de kojo wan kasa na wo ka de bona baso no. Se me ma ba mu ni pebia ento abanja pade because this is why must we continue? Obi be minister oji aketua kaka.
We need some new things.
Yes. And these are some of the new things. So no government official in John Mahama's government will buy a car, a buy a sassy is good. And cathedral, what he said about what he would do about that cathedral matter.
One of the most useless projects in the West. So that's very no, we're okay. So
1 minute because
Omema yet say eye aban no de saa edisuade hu na ba nti eye nsore no ne ankronkre na de wu sika ebesi odan no anya ban na so when they say asempa and me am de milika koto cement 100 bags na me so award na me 99 go kam and na me year order Emma Fidelity Bank at every month be am 100 bags
I tell you also I don't go
oh bra hey man fancy me am me anthem oh then edi busu isia 88 million Ghana cedis
actually about 330 million
what's that I am telling you almost I could to 339 what catch National Cathedral I am daring Kenuforiata camera look me here I am daring Kenuforiata if they have not spent 450 million Ghana cedis I'll stop this job I do as a media practitioner
National
Cathedral for platform so almost sending messages and they still send me messages now Israel by Nabotaina former chairman of the Church of Pentecost Opoku na kombo mpa egu
Jesus
Ebuono woman de 1 million Ebuoba Ebuono ye 1 million Obua oh ba baby Obua that's why me ke Ebuoba ko Messi FM ko wo to fi Israel Gethsemane
ngofo ya mambofo
and ye to container so mo de Israel botai
because you know say the only equipment at Kolebu treating cancer patients I say
with the train
am I say this is what to be
woman tambuo no eto container no be shipping ebedu Ghana e ma so from penifo atwetwewuro e de won se kodu container buo na dem e bompa ye me bia no mo hwe buo
no masanka container na to. After spending 450 million Ghana cedis on the national capital.
It is sad.
And I think that one, SJM cheers off on our board in the Sweden. He should start with the company, my own former chairman. He should start with him. He should jail him.
Pentecost. One thing is certain, that accountability will work. Mahama so be meya hwehwem. Be sika na kodibia no ye be hwehwem. So ye Kristo ni mapa Assemblies of God ni. O yen to bo wona sorry. Emma ye de.
Because investment be
before but I say waboa na asori amomasi asori dan bebre but say obe support to say yen fa nyame di mokro no de never. He will not condone stealing in the name of God. And I think that is a statement very profound. But for a hand day yen come on media encounter no media encounter the see we part 1 yen 24-hour economy. The president Mahama kind about ICT jobs, so many answers. One day, one show, not enough. And my guest Ashemebo, ye best answer ye BM so that we can go into the many other issues. But you drew moment of truth editorial. I had ye situation ye say kano kra. In pentu you know some truth will be kesi. Ha ye de no krense ni nyina ebrel. What are we talking about today or moment of truth of Insembia a course ho na maba me guest ho no mo so de emu nchechire mu ni o ma no de sebo efa ho no atudwahwe we ma me yeba sisi ai zangwa ne bekka bi men kabi kwa bla obi azare Captain Smart ngwa ne bekka bi na ansa no mo bekasa no o de hwe we ma me producer fatwa to aso. Just give me the 4 highlights. Now, what our guests have to say about it.
Ghana, Ghana, Bakosoma. President Kufuor call retirement. But we will say, if we say Ghana from 1957, the new president be our boy Ghana China now do Kufuor. Messi of 1957. That can you move Kwame Nkrumah move Obia di wa ba di mampanya wo bonga na ho ban eni Ghana kola ni China na do dan kwa Akufuado me Ghana me ka de se wo di bi keto ba obia me de ba ena me de che obia tabu eduade abu school a se be twa chim ko fo be wi school fo bia me de do a papa abai na China na Akufuado obe eti me shamu ye free her ko Adwadi ye koye na de mbase that's you. Kwa ma say my politics here da. They say that they ko benya ni ya. England against abroche. Padi ba ko be dis na for the 20 Blair. Fufu oba de for the yes me do we aso no. But who more dey say Obama England for ya national ID card. No, Ghana has a visa. Dr. Bawumia kasa. Dr. Nabo Church. Anya no kreda sadum so Ghana na not da Kufuor do akasa but anya no kreda sadum so Ghana
Kwajo ocham you ni masem ka osana na wasumwa
Maminchia Convention People's Party na Menda Mampening Dada Unyani Baby Call Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rollins Sassi Pakwisi Misata Aliu Mahama Professor Mel Sumwasi So Mojojo Kwame Nkrumah Kuma Ewa Samado Nankasi Mwesi Ghana Nye Wama Tili American Asin Betty Asia She nipa bio ode ne ho to Kwame Nkrumah ho wona mamu mu no na otime de ne se kana tekra ma bie nanum ka se Kwame Nkrumah o se mo Kwame Nkrumah no obi ayade bi a chen wo Fourth Republic mu no onyenya nsafo. Number 2 say same When you're presenter, anambwa. Okay. And to say, Bobie actually me juma. Some ye presenter. And now we will be you before me. You two routines every year. We say captain say yes. The boss no tell we juma no. We then the oba mwa be day. Kwame Nkrumah na ode Ghana ba no say momo Kwame Nkrumah na pama ya tia say onye Ghana ni. Enti ye pese ya to aba ma Ghana ni a no running mate ye Ghana ni. Enti na me meto atia wo no. Cause na pon ye Ghana ni. And CPP do be about to aba ma MPP be awadwen wo fam. Any Nkrumahist in this country, including J. Kufuor, any Nkrumahist who would vote for the MPP this time because of Napo, said what dream of him. And let me tell you this, Sammy, Kwame Nkrumah, you need big six to be our Ghana. There's nothing called the big six. The time when you wanted that for a babachi. Kwame Nkrumah na G independence my. Na bra Kwame breye ufin cry oko Axim udu Cape Coast na nkoda ye demonstration about sa soldier fu ya ye bo mutu kan sergeant ajete no mune ade and then nkola no so support Kwame du kwan ho ne driver ni no ye ofi voter region ofi akache na Kwame gina kwan no there so say ma pame o se me ne Kwame Nkrumah no so sa wo ne Kwame Nkrumah de ene bra pe bibiye ko pacho maye o se me ko pacho no tam won ko soro ho no ko te Ghana National College te Kwame Nkrumah boarding Ghana no the tea school 5 years before o my independence ye be fra kuru ni Ghana ti yan fa no nto Kwame Nkrumah na pono sa akwa no sa de bi no ono sano ono e ka che se mo Kwame Nkrumah no Kenny West no ko he no sabi ne busu ni bia na siye e Kwame Nkrumah na siye Legon Kwame Nkrumah na siye kanana do siye nyim firi so ne fa na wo fadi into so ensi ne wo fa no na siye e Kwame Nkrumah na siye hwe so ye doctor Bawumia running mate. Dr. Bawumia, my dear Samira Bawumia. Madam, good evening. I hope so. Nice woman. Sukula. Sa oba no call yem and never be ni party through no Bawumia ware no. Infantiman girls. Kwame Nkrumah ni see. Na po yire o wa ni se so ko school be Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah ni see school na po yire ko he. Na do nyari mana. What is wrong with him? Hey. Otu fo bu baby or say somebody me bukura na msuru or say kwasi o kasa bumbum ya de nwoma na suma no ye mfa sum sam nsuma no to sisu bi ma kwasi o kasa bumbum ye mfa asu sam nsuma no ye de nwoma na suma no ti na posoro ye no ni misu ni ba nti na watro enso obobo hye ni botom MPP for some control crata man say uja for ji we chi wo hwe ade no so o do so go you no dey share bottom no wake card your pay Sami Kwame Nkrumah John Mahama osi Legon Hospital osi Bank of Ghana Hospital osi Rage onumpo o fa na want to say wo dey mama mfa mo ho nto Kwame Nkrumah ho na John Mahama wa ya Sami University of Cape Coast. Professor Sawo MPP mo boasting ida. Okono mo school. Kwame Nkrumah ni sisa school no. Uniba, when me Kwapam Secondary School. Kwame Nkrumah was insulted by the UP. Say wakosi school of Uniba. Esi school was Swedro. Na wasanso di school akoshe muhrem. Kwame Nkrumah wept. It took Ogwamahene to call him. He told him, say, Maobon told him, the dachi, a so, a bamfaso. A Palm Secondary School na tehi. Kwame Nkrumah si school this in Wurem. Say no Wurano, a baby you crew, Captain Smart. Ako sa school nibi. Ako fa do bedi president. on Chem Secondary School awasi from beginning to the end. The Mahama Krasi si ho won't be complete. For Su Training College, and then na put me feel the say catch the Ghana church the full kita diploma say one day no one no more school the 4 passes and they call for Su Training College Kwame Nkrumah this year. For Repenning Secondary School, maybe another abu free no Kwame Nkrumah this year. Techimai Secondary School, Doma Secondary, Tema Secondary, Oda, Labone, Kwadaso College of Education, Atebubu Training College, Brekum Training College, Enche Training College. Kwame,
and the schools are still there to date.
Kwame Nkrumah and the CE. Where get funder Rollins, Sebe, no only master's degree, only first degree, the buyer, only Akufado, Yakosia, Fianson. Aje husika into get fund and a tom kukru neko what do you not to nchaya he hwekwanya Kwame Nkrumah faso industrializing Ghana, and I understand before can one district one factory na me boso for me because as my friend you be osisi gari factories here there 31st December women's movement for nyamani na adada but back to Nkrumah hwe Kwame Nkrumah eba ne team so bisi National Cathedral and one year akosumwa kakane be ne beso ka Kwame Nkrumah te hwan ko be di president odi wie no so akase be nya akosumu ba me tuwa mena me nya akosumu but me tuwa mena na ma friend National Cathedral kakane be ne beso na na do so ko Legon na na do ye demonstration e wo Legon he led the demonstration so Mario Nkoko nam dodo Adintra, every day, every week, you know, 2 crates of eggs and a full chicken per student. Akufa banana be na no kai. And let's see here on no sana puno or then a hoto Kwame Nkrumah hono. And then Legon students no umudi aduane ben. Aduane ben umudi.
It's also secondary school aduane busuama teachers ni teachers crew we aduane.
Kwame Nkrumah Institute of Economics and Political Science. What did he decide to do? And not Tamko Winiba. And I'm afraid you sue the Kwame Nkrumah said that no. We share Ashanti regional. Omo pejadi. Enti yembo modena yemmo Ashanti region e dwedi de nkoso. Enti ahodo yensisi edwa na yemmo awo. Okwa no akoyi we. And the Cape Coast man hine friend say ebe mba dabra. Na wo na na wara wo ya ho rusun am na mo fro na mchecho wo nti gwayi nsi factory bi amen also nana gwayi will produce the workers nti awu je na Cape Coast the means schools wo ho hwe na po na ni atra ne nton na oka sem bi say history be repeat ne ho 16 years ago baby ojina na Akufo-Addo stage bugun se ni we fia me kan na no ebuagum na wakanam ontumi wesa na 1 minute da na nipa na ode na sem akono so no so nima me ka kire no hwe je ikufo akra majo obedi mampedi ye na ba efia se wa kobi se wa ampe o ka kire se nkrofo Kwame Nkrumah no se wunya sem papa bia nka mfa na ho a kama no tum no na poko menhia just enra we yewura ho a okochi Asante Hima as a daison Asante Hima esa ka the same thing kire napo na Asante Hima tufu akwada ohene na atetewo wa tufu in less than 3 hours na wakojina simpies wo di Asante Hima terms afutu na ade maame no airtime mempe for wade na Asante Hima na ka bi sa akwada yenim se obese daache ye tunufu wadema isa tunufu abonte enti Asante no yes
somewhere very profound
yes akwada yenim se obese daache ni se tunufu wadema isa tunufu abonte enti Asante ne kasa no he Asante no yenyansafo buruta wanhwa wo huda o se ye bo wudi no enkrofo se woni nsade maybe mesa wuti na mane nya ho asante yi ne be sign ni ti wo wa na mu di ewura tem no Facebook no mu tie me ye denti asante yi ne be sign na puti ni se be eburu se be nya ado oso ni nsem tete ne bi na all tete no oswo na person ko fansu mura na okofa ba
so there gentility outside cry
nti okofa ba nti onim se akoda no nyesa no te na mo na pobenyi ye no ye wura so ate de Ghana fo aka if you say o start say o to se no na nyo na hwe ye wura sanko dentist papa ko be wa sante ni ese
that's
what them John say so ye dentist papa nko be ko but on your dentist papa
piania homas
what you say obi a wo be di education minister o pese me ba akola keto ye chem se de be ma fa be ma to ye di wi a wo me so se ya no se ya sori enjina anko me kare dachi ya hwete no ba me pese na poti ase ado be shia ne president no on kan kire ne se Kwame Nkrumah wan for ba bia o ka mu da ko si so di president edi tu no do wuye that's number 1 number 2 me osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah no when kuma ba tuntum bia so po ba kokwa aware da when tuo bia wo staircase so na me hwefo man be wu because of person aware ba kokko Kwame Nkrumah nye bi da de to so bi mu se Kwame Nkrumah ne nkwada totofe wan da e bi mu di ba chi bo nsama no yi ase Kwame Nkrumah nye bi
ebredi no ana ase
me cap Kwame Nkrumah sem de mu me di so a no waka no what am I for my see yes Kwame Nkrumah no Gihok MPP say Kofi Dwuma ya ade ma petehye busu wo Ghana no Kwame Nkrumah na si Gihok Kwame Nkrumah Aboso glass factory Kwame Nkrumah Zuarugu meat factory Wonchi tomato factory Kede match factory Akosumo textiles Kumasi shoe factory Pualugu tomato factory Asutwari sugar factory Commander sugar factory Kumasi jute factory and Salon Cannery brick and tile factory Takwa Bon Satire factory Bogatanga meat processing factory Bogatanga rice
who you could to Kakrafi
I don't put it
Akufuado waye adwuma chen Kufuana even MPP no
afoda meba no we didn't say obo Kufuodin you see makacho say obi kasa for we meet no na for wasohwe no o say mo Kwame Nkrumah no ene no girai for and say na me kan me show so say it confirms and komobia obedi your cantonment say ombuku for and you see every new position requires repositioning metia say me di assemblyman me nkasa say biom if you say the before bi abekame ho na po sabe what the MP what the minister I said the minister you're running mate unim said na po onye MPP running mate because one accepted offer no somebody should show me he did not accept there was nothing like an acceptance some legitimate said me running mate no someone should show me
yes already accepted
yes one accepted
that's it
20 pound no too for us J.A. Kufuor no
sabasa
ye tena nwuram ye me Kufuor tena nwuram that time na wo so say ye to sen na ye tena nwuram ma MPP ba soro no when to be mpa mention J.A. Kufuor andana say na mo ka kire Kufuor say His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo Manjo wo de wonya hwe so see yi wona pass me wonya and no problem.
Okay, no can answer when phone so.
No, Nana don't realize that akwana kan kwasem. Eti ordinary nine ball.
Yeah, you running mate or kasa. The way you running mate in the phone.
That is why after their course we no twi de no kuma say mra na jono. And but this one in the Western region is one casa. One central for the Madrid. Any more casa or Western? First, na casa some much say here. No, you're hoping. Honorable, hello. Honorable Naposo one canasa. Napoli, you're cultural plane. Wo casa mo kwame nkromano. Yete. Enti na purpose what I say ahemfo na kasa na. Isi wo mo nipa wo. That's my worry.
We are closing at 10:20 p.m. So we do not care. That's closing at 10:20 p.m. Our 10. Someone never mentions about her. Oh my Ghana.
You're so socialist party.
It was no. Yes, you have a party. The African of the millennium. Oh. Ubi and Nelson Mandela cross original ho emano. Sorry, baby.
Let's stay focused on Napo. Let's stay focused on Napo. I will not deal with a young Nkrumah issue. And Nkrumah story, we don't need to, rewrite it. We don't need to tell Nkrumah story. Overkill. To stay on Napo. And baby, I'm going to be saying, "Hona mumi rumo bawo." Uni bientia, akufa dwene na ebo Bawumia. Akufo-Addo never liked Napo as Bawumia running mate.
So okay.
Never.
So none of them NPP big wins.
Never.
None of them.
Akufo-Addo stood against it. And as we sit here, Bawumia any few more parent kasa.
Chief of staff no?
Yes. Onene nkasa, onene yaka.
There is more parent than any yaka.
Well, because of Napo. Yes. Now, almost for say Napo on Bano na ensure they just use the BNI to frustrate the system. And in fact, Kufo is the architect of Napo becoming the running mate.
Are you sure?
Yes. President Kufo na this album.
I hold a contrary view.
On the this album, I know a discussion that has ensued. On the this album, now there was this mixtape. But you see,
I think that Abronya would have even performed better.
100%.
Abronya would have been far better.
Better. Now, 3 days ago, tape been leaking from Jubilee House. Boya, Uni Boya. Boya, yeah, Juma, you know Boya. Boya more Kufo-Addo office. In fact, Kufo-Addo trusted the chair Bawumia. Boya, was this school there? Boya is on drugs. Boya is the drug on Peace FM. Ada on here acid ebu the late Ibrahim Adams so. Boya is a fair radio so Peace FM. Mini report when she say ho. Eka say onu Boya je onu who say Gregory. Ehwe acid e dey Ibrahim Adams so won ko fa Gregory. In all Gregory trial, Omo Boya. No one can take it for this very powerful.
What's the point there?
Boya and wakoye tape okodi nkomo baby and liki here ne ba me inside. Boya say Napo last omo yi ni we no man now say no mbe ye party wo Jubilee House. Napo sia no corridor mu say okwa ha ade no. Napo di that tension for the class is in floor. Na aduchum no nkonko ha ade aduchum. Oh, it's on the tape. Take me tape numbers it's here. Boya say I'm telling you that arrogance as someone more cano and sa na near so dia omuni pa when entity you and I'm telling you too for Krobia me catch up Krobia said Krobia didn't ticket and you get it na ehun na po ntete ya wo hwe ko bi asante hene ne ba pani no ene abayo no omu yimi te se ayi na po omu jimi te se na po
ente se
na po omu jimi ente se na po
very mature
David otufo mama no nye sade look at their demeanor
e be say what say ase ma me clear one
o de ba
okay say o ka say ono na etete
metese
akonya no wo ho eye ma
eja me ba etese santini po me free man po for offense
but
so I understand our traditions and we dey talk as no
why are you also saying this
no you see hold on
what they can hear
ahene mane ahene nananom obviously say the name me person oka no omo kwa enfie kosua amamre eni amane
ti the sa
the problem na tete na poni o tun fon traga say o le ti so what tete no say mo church
okay but amamre
na abo watch me no
good so the intervention was
no make us say ye kro mama me so I understand it no tun for can na the kro obi aye owo asante bia no you know me fibrate to abusu mu nkodun breto for asante mampon ye fie so bisumuru
na ye de ka so de entertaining na wan fa anya adwuma
wan fi netie boy ya say odidi na tam so on free no sonko na aduchum to say aduchum amma program na say
no ni o
aduchum amma
education minister
wa so
no person the only minister wan go
sa
then na also
o ba ye wo ko be ha ye
no na wo say chairman sabonso obede
yo
o say chairman sabonso no o bi na Joe Wise second
Joe Wise ama ho
omu na
Joe Wise ama ho na uni minia de ntia mo de na poko se Bawumia kon no say one omu to be convince Bawumia hwe na to your this year they just need Ashanti region their base omu to be your base no because omu to be the Ashanti region Eastern region win elections da the election wey dem omo instead they omu focus on the base in Ashanti region no mo ko fa kakra free Eastern emra meka ho right so omu na after the aka kakra but so omu to be 85 90 that is their and Napo can do that for them to omu ko for bia or your this year no fa no now not knowing say omu ko akofa Napo edina ba no and you see Napo in 2016 or clocked 37,000 and over
parliamentary election
the constituency in 2016 2020 or dropping 7,000 votes
did they know
one constituency
any hunter in it
the batch sata no to volunteer sata no let this year mention or dropping 7,000 votes. You see, I just want people to understand that Napo are damaging MPP. And you see, Napo is the reason why Bawumia will go away with 35%. To become 37. Napo, because one constituency, Napo need impact. Research company did called me 3 days ago. After one program, no program, right? Only no company from us, we research work, Kumasi. Now, so Kumasi figures now being data, no. And then one we, go to Abuna, go to Asante Mampo, go to Kumeru, and Gesso, Jamasi, Jobonso, those areas. Ask them who is Matthew Poku Prempe. No, also I know my friend, was it Bobby? You mentioned Matthew Poku Prempe. Any part 6 Becca say Omunti Dinida. 2 Becca say a deal, but they don't know the personality behind
or this
year hype examensia. And you see Obia watching them. Napo, there are 2 things I will say. I mean Kasanche. Napo impact on Bawumia is negative. Their research And now, well, but you see,
well, you positive,
but you see, Napo, you be an to chair. Napo is the first running mate here, you know, or TV record, or your comfort. Or your G. And I think Napo is running away from prosecutions in the future. Massets can run a deer. Massets can run a deer. And then I put a cover on Masset. It was like, no, say, back here, say,
15 cities.
What did the say?
Bear 70. That was the contract.
And then I put a GG a year. Teachers seek us about laptops. But you sign echo. And I want NBC to find time. Go to Energy Ministry. Or go to a scandals. You
all know where it is now. But Prof says we should look at the ethics, the ethical implications of what we do.
It's not just about making of laws. All of us as Ghanaians must rise up to say enough of the rubbish of people taking political power and your family members become henchmen and direct beneficiaries of the people's power. I mean, that is what, there should be a political price. And the political price is that the current regime have normalized family and friends, and that there should be some sort of reprimand, there should be some sort of prize. And the only prize for these things is vote them out of power. Get them out of power. They are not fit to manage your power. Look, fighting corruption, as Kobe have said, President Mahama today is having the authority to talk about corruption.
But this is not the only
President Akufo-Addo have opened an investigation towards a former president. Let me assure him that the day he exits as president, we will investigate every single thing he has done, including the land in front of his house belonging to government that he has taken. We will investigate that. He doesn't have the moral right to talk about corruption. We do, because we have been investigated and exonerated. We will see if next year we will still sit here to talk about corruption when a former president will be behind bars, and that will be President Akufo-Addo. So it's not just about making laws and making laws and making laws. It should be about Ghanaians saying that, what the hell, that today when I'm going to buy fuel, I am not being asked whether I'm a family of Akufo-Addo or not, but I have to pay because I'm an ordinary Ghanaian. When I have to go and farm, the inputs will have to be bought at a higher price because I'm a Ghanaian. And then you have the presidency, and you have appointees and their family members, ministers of state creating businesses and allowing their girlfriends to take contracts. You have a vice president, his brother being given contracts. You have a president's children taking contracts for no work done, and Ghanaians are quiet. We are too quiet. We are not angry enough. In other jurisdictions, President Akufo-Addo should not still be a president. He should be either impeached or chased out of the I mean, we are too lenient.
Toilets among see toilets in all. You may see 8-unit toilets, 4 8-unit toilets, and 32 toilets in all.
You take your eyes. This government, they put delivery trackers, so say toilet. Toilet the basic assembly don't work. Why national government, we tell people what to do, then toilet.
So we can let our Galamzees come and work for us in the next 3 years to reach the 200 billion, and I will write all your loans off one touch.
So number one pillar of our government, will be industrialization.
Our mothers and our sisters need just 1,000 Ghana cedis to be able to use as capital for their business, and they are not able to get it. And that is why as Nana said, we're going to set up a National Women's Bank. It is going to have its branches in the markets, in all the places that women do business. Your bank, your women's bank is going to be there.
When you look at Nkrumah, when he started this, he was in his 40s. All the people around him were 40s. They were energetic. They were aggressive. They were ready to work. They were ready to stand in the sun. And why are you just standing there and thinking that the old man who you are responsible to look after them? They looked after you before. It's your time to look after them. You are still thinking that they're going to build your future. I think people who are thinking this way are lazy people. They're not ready to get up. And a lot of Ghanaian youth are like that. They think all they have is a voice, and I'm the youth, and I'm the youth. My friend, tomorrow will come, you will no more be the youth. You will be an old man. So if you're going to stand on your feet now and move and make sure that you contribute to the success of the development in this country, you better do it now to be with the history men for tomorrow.
Ghana, you're digital now. You're 100% access, electricity and internet. They're constantly you preserve mobile phones. Will be also better smart mobile phones. You got digital. This will be also mobile phone. If you present mobile phone, make more and phone. Equal duty on mobile phones will be abolished. Zero equal duty on mobile phones. We will make access to mobile phones affordable. And we have the mobile companies, the baby kata into the home. That is the mobile phones, I'm a nipa, that month here, one city, mobile phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to improve the free SHS. We are going to improve the free SHS. We are going to work hard to remove the obnoxious double track system so that all our children can go to school at the same time and close from school at the same time. We don't want the situation where our children come home and stay home for 4 months before they go back to school. And so we're going to improve the free SHS. We're going to sit with the teachers and the parents and all the stakeholders, and together we will forge an implementation plan that will make the free SHS better.
Obama said, or maybe Oba, or the 24-hour economy, and yes, sir. So that's our company. Obi Obaka said, 24-hour economy. The papa no next or no anti politics I say they say bisa ye Roger Mahama ni say dey na obeya aboma economy no ati around 24 hours and only question I say bisa say open 24-hour economy you must fix your economy first. An economy in crisis cannot support a 24-hour economy. So number one pillar of our government, will be industrialization. Industrialization. And I do Ejuma Baba Ghana. I don't know about my running 24-hour economy. Yet also any infrastructure development. Infrastructure development. Yet point. So when you walk by which one 24-hour economy? It also means I gave you a friend information technology. There are also 9 any tourism.
Mr. Tremantin commended the Heritage Caravan initiative. He urged Ghanaians to join the movement for change and support his bid to lead the country in 2024.
Domestic tourism is as important as bringing in people from outside. Meanwhile, you are America. Your fellow, Dr. Robson, Onidinia, Bella. Almost see Abuja Brojle, everybody holiday in Ghana. City FM for an Bomba Basso. You see, Omo, be a friend, heritage talk. It's been 2 weeks. The Mexican meanwhile, you all say, Omo Kasa Omo ko Abrojle holiday. Ghana had your mobile, they were able to see the whole of Ghana.
Yao Boabin Asamoah, a leading member for the Movement for Change, asserted that Alan Tremantin possesses the qualities necessary to bring about the change Ghanaians desire.
The Yellow Army is using a yellow revolution and it has hit Kumasi hard. It will hit Ghana politics the way it has hit Kumasi. So we are all expecting change, transformational change. We will follow the movement for change. We will vote for Alan Tremantin. The Yellow Army will revolutionize Ghanaian politics.
Attendees, clad in yellow shirts featuring pictures of Alan Tremantin, held placards to amplify his vision.
Bebe fakwaya mpuntu beba ye maimu ebet ka asanti maimu no vishina nana ushia Ghana ya ye jumanu bebre but ye nyenwie ebi bebre wo ho agise ye nyame ya dum ena bebe ye omampenyia nyame bebre wo ho a meso mepese me ye medekaho na mpuntuo no eba the edama kuma no supane your railway system wa Ghana ushe maindia rail a very important piece of infrastructure mainina ebetitumpo no railway very important but ushe Ghana ha your mineral deposits baby at the whole gold or bauxite or iron ore or lithium or baby, but yeah, the exploitation of mineral resources no really never untimi fa trucks and fasa minerals see all the time. And in many countries etinia rail no nyame adom na me so betna ho a akoni akese no so a me so me fa kwan. Say the other countries are no. Yes, we have a I'm a private sector. Aba abekaya ho na ya railway no e Ghana ha. Eno na ebe buayen minim say ya buankra port ye akoso but real ni ho a ni benefit no emba so mayen. Enti railway development ebe one of the key policies are me pese mediba.
We're going to improve healthcare. And in our 2020 manifesto, we talked about the introduction of primary healthcare. When the manifesto is put out, you will see the provisions that are there for primary healthcare. We're going to uncap the NHIS. Currently, this government has capped the NHIS and is taking some of the NHIS money into the consolidated fund. And that is why when you go with your NHIS card, the hospitals are reluctant to serve you because they don't refund the claims that they make. So we'll uncap the NHIS so that when you go, you can get good, affordable treatment at our health facilities.
We are going to elect a new president in 2024, in December 2024. And when I say a new president, I mean a new president, not a second-hand president. I mean a new president. We are going to elect a president that will take us into the future, not a president that will take us back into the past. We are looking forward. We are not going backwards. We want a president who thinks about possibilities, not impossibilities. We want the Ghana to be a beacon for all African countries, for all the world to see what can be done with possibilities. Former President Mahama is a former president. Let us maintain him as a former president.
They always say that to make or to create wealth or value, you need wisdom. And it's true. You need a lot of wisdom. You need a lot of knowledge. But to be wise, what does it take? You simply need to understand what it takes to be stupid so you don't repeat stupidity. And you're a wise person. Why do we have a currency that will base the currency on someone else's currency? Our currency is valued and pledged by the US dollar. The US dollar has pledged gold to the US dollar as their reserves. They come to buy the gold from you, give you the US dollar, and then you pledge your cedi to it. Americans are not buying anything from us every day. We are buying things from them every day, so we're forced to change our cedi to their dollar and go and buy those things. They don't buy anything. The only thing they buy from us is the gold, and they don't buy it from the citizens. They buy it directly from the government. So why haven't we hedged our cedi to our gold? It is destroying our country. The sad thing is, it's not our country people that destroyed our country. We let in the Chinese, and there are millions of Chinese in our country, and they mine 24/7. Now all our waters are poisoned. And the food that we're starting to eat is this same water system that is feeding the ground. So, believe it or not, in the next 10 to 15 years, don't be scared if you see any children with 3 eyes or 7 fingers.
It's happening already.
It's happening already? Okay. Now, for me as a leader, the first thing I will do is I will stop the foreigners who are destroying my land. In fact, if the Chinese are hearing me, I will probably put hundreds of thousands of them under house arrest and call the Chinese president that this is what you've done to my country. You have caused 33 million people's lives, and therefore you are going to be responsible for building and fabricating all our next plants that will recycle this water again for us to get our life back. And after, I will release your 100,000 people to you after 4 years of hard work to fix my country. Just to show the world that we are not animals here. You cannot go to anyone's country and destroy their water, destroy their whole life. What kind of government do we have? And they're sitting down watching them. What is Ghana today? Who are we? Anybody comes to our country and experiment us and do whatever they like, and they go out just because they put something in a brown envelope for somebody who is not even certified to be a minister or to be a leader. This revolutionary consciousness is to stop certain things that is coming from outside into our countries, that it's being manipulated. You know, we are being restricted. We're being destroyed, and our leaders don't see it. And they're just watching it happening. When you go to Dubai, when you go to Emirates, these people are buying our gold every day. They pack it, they refine it, keep it as reserves. When it gets to 200 tons, they call any financial institution and say, look at my gold, a stamp, a Swiss stamp. I need 200 billion. And you just show them the gold and you have to take the money. So we can let our galamzees come and work for us in the next 3 years to reach the 200 billion, and I will write all your loans off one touch.
So number one pillar of our government, will be industrialization. machine ana de adwuma bɛba ghana ɛno na wobɛtumi ayɛ ɔba ne 24-hour economy deɛ ɛtɔ so mmienu ɛne infrastructure development yɛkwan sɛ wonya wɔkwan a wobɛtumi ayɛ 24-hour economy ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa ɛyɛ adeɛ bi ɛfrɛ no information technology deɛ ɛtɔ so nan ɛne tourism.
Mr. Tremantin commended the Heritage Caravan Initiative.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to remove schools under trees. Professor Mill started that program, and we provided good school environment for hundreds of thousands of children. We're going to continue the removal of schools under trees and improve our basic education. For tertiary students, we're going to take a part of your university land. We will sit with your universities, they will carve out a portion of your land. And we're going to work with the private sector to build student hostels so that you will live on campus and not live elsewhere and suffer the danger of traveling to and from home to school.
We will use the government's purchasing power to stimulate industrial expansion and business growth. This will help create jobs by rolling out a Buy Ghana First policy, under which all goods and services procured by the public sector will first be filled by goods and services produced locally. And we will back this by legislation. We will implement a shift in electricity tariffs to the electricity tariff structure to a regime in which commercial rates are either equal to or lower than residential rates, never higher, to power our industries and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to establish an SME bank to meet the special financing needs of small-scale medium enterprises, which will employ over 80% of Ghanaians.
But I want you and I want Ghanaians to be rest assured, I am not that Mbagulu. And I will make sure I create wealth in this country. I make sure I will bring jobs in this country. Because, say, if we are able to just get another 3.5 million workers, we will have 7 million workers. 7 million workers is what we had in 1960. And the country was slightly above 7 million, which means 90-something% where they had jobs. Today, we're 33 million. And it's just about 12% that have jobs. The rest are married. Just because we're tolerating foreigners and outsiders to come and take advantage of us. And we don't even know what to do with our own people. Our own people. We have 75%, which is 0 to 45 years. The youth, this is empowerment. What are we doing with them? As a country, we have to have the structure and the planning to be able to give free education to our people. The question is, can we afford it? Because free education will probably come from tax people's money or our reserves. And we have a minus. Our GDP says 75 billion, but we can't get 3 billion. We have to go and borrow it from IMF. That means there's a big vacuum in our economy. And this problem should be looked at so it can support the decision that we've taken to give free SHS. The cost of it, the kids will have 3 months education and they go and stay home 3 months. They'll come back and they'll stay home 3 months, because when you budget what it costs to give a nation free education is really high. That means your turnover also should be really high. You see, the way to build your economy is to have exportation power, where you export a lot of goods outside. So people's economy will come into your country. If you take your money to go and import goods into your country, you're sending your economy to those people. And so the same government, if he decides to give free education, it needs that avenues that is producing revenues in the country and causing a circulation and bringing profit into the governmental system to cater for that. And they could have problems. So it's very important that we look at how our developmental agenda in this country is, the benefits that is bringing, the profitability schedules, and then apply economy of scale so we can expand education in our country from that angle. I also think that if we're educating our people, whether it's free or pay for, please educate your country about what is in your country. The minerals in your country is important. The governance in your country is important. If you don't have this education about putting plants and putting the things in place that would process these things and package them so you can put them on shelves, or you can put them in warehouses and people will load them in container like Americans are doing, like Indians are doing, like Europeans are doing. That is the education that we need in our country. We have to add it to our academic curriculum. We export our talents out and we import our products in. The product that we're importing came from the resources, the mineral resources that they extracted from us. So all we have to do is to put industrialization in the equation and everything changes. Everything. You create millionaires, you create entrepreneurs, you create governors, you create leaders. So the value of the country grows. When you put your nation first, your country automatically grows. Automatically. So the youth might be making a lot of noise and not be using their voice as much as they're supposed to. I don't think I don't know it. I do. When they have the chance to have their democratic right and learn about democracy, they don't allow them. They let them go into university and that's where they buy them. That's when they make them the SRCs and start giving them money to campaign. And so we're cheating our children to become straight corrupt politicians, or it's either that or they're in the church praying and they're going to become some kind of pastor that will tell you what your future is going to be like, but they can't determine their own future. This is a country that we live in that I want to make it very clear that I don't need your consent to love you. I don't need your consent to stand for you. So I want to make it very clear to the youth that as much as I stand for them and I scream for them, it's not because I need your consent. It's because I'm thinking about the ones who are unborn yet. Because I know that if I don't fix this problem and if I don't help fix it, it will become a generational problem and it will keep going down and down and down and down and down. So I don't just think for the people of today, but I also think for the people for tomorrow. And that's why I stand for the youth. So that's what I mean by I stand for the youth. And I know most of them don't even have votes, because when I started advocating for this continuation for voting, for vote registration, they all went quiet. I was expecting the youth of this country to get up and stand for their rights and ask questions to the EC. Why are you not allowing us to have the votes? Why are you giving us 20 days out of the whole year to practice democracy? But they can't. But it's not my problem, and I will not be responsible for someone being coward. But I'm a very courageous man, and I was born to be like that. And I'm sure that's the reason why God has chosen me to come and lead. Because if the youth had that courage, maybe they would have started this before me. I have started a movement and I have opened a door that not only me will be like this as from now, from tomorrow, in the years coming, you're also going to see young people like me who will gather the courage and start to work like this. And it's because we need to start our leadership from a younger age. Don't expect people who have outlived their future to build your future. So if someone is 75 years old, don't think that they can think to build your future for you for the next 50 years or 80 years. Leadership should start when we're young.
We will also complete the digitalization of land titling and registration to allow owners of landed properties to use their properties as collateral to raise capital for their business growth and expansion. We will create special economic zones
in collaboration with the private sector at Ghana's major border towns such as Aflao, Paga, and Elubu to enhance economic activity, increase exports, reduce smuggling, and create jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the cost of living, reducing the cost of living. Another major priority of my government will be to reduce the cost of living. The world is facing what is commonly referred to as the global cost of living crisis. Even though the inflation has dropped by half this year, prices remain high. I want a Ghana where we can attain food security through the application of technology and irrigation to commercial large-scale farming. We will also promote the use of agricultural lime to reduce the acidity of our soils, enhance soil fertility, and get more yield from the application of fertilizers. Ghana has an abundance of limestone to do this. I will prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam by using the private sector financing to crowd in grant financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also ensure food security by stabilizing the prices of foods produced locally through financing and guarantees from the Development Bank Ghana and the Ghana Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, also known as GESL. This will mainly involve upscaling the production of staple foods, investing in the preservation of staple foods, meat, poultry, and fish products, and establishing agricultural enclaves which will have irrigation, processing, and storage facilities in each region for crops or grains in which the regions have a comparative advantage. We will reduce the cost of transportation by promoting and supporting electric vehicles for public transportation. By the grace of God, I hope the first 100 buses that we will be introducing for public transportation will hopefully, inshallah, arrive before the end of December this year. We are also going to expand the Gold for Oil program to continue stabilizing the price of fuel. Stabilizing the price of spare parts through the flat rate duties for all importers policy, which will bring predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to make your driver's license valid for 10 years and extend the renewal period to 5 years. Under a housing for all policy, I will also have a major focus on the provision of public housing in the same manner that Singapore did. We will partner with the private sector to build large housing estates without the government having to borrow or spend. Also, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has worked so well with thousands of beneficiaries, will be enhanced to deal with the problem of the demands of rent advance of 2 years or more. We will also ensure a variety of accommodation types to meet different pockets and needs of as follows. In social housing, we'll be including homeless shelters, overnight stay for the vulnerable, and expanded rental assistance schemes for low-income workers. In the area of affordable housing, we'll be including district housing projects through incentives to the private sector real estate industry, as well as expanding the services of the revived State Housing Company and the Tema Development Corporation and the National Home Ownership Fund, and improving housing finance through an expansion of the mortgage lending market as well as rent-to-own schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use a variety of ways to deliver access to the various types of accommodation. For example, social housing. We will provide public lands within our main cities to private developers, and in order to benefit, make it mandatory for them to set aside between 20 and 30% for low-income social housing units with subsidized rents. Significantly, ladies and gentlemen, improving the availability and affordability of power. We will do this by bringing on board 2,000 megawatts of solar power and incentivizing users by buying access to power they generate from their solar systems and paying with free electricity from the national grid when they need power through net metering. We will continue to make accessing services easier. For example, once you have a Ghana card, all public organizations will not be required to collect your basic data. They will have all that data. They don't need you to fill any forms because all of it is on your Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a Ghana where we leverage technology, data, and systems for inclusive economic growth. I want to build a Ghana into a world-class digital economy. I want to build a Ghana where we apply digital technology, STEM, robotics, and artificial intelligence for the transformation of agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, fintech, and public services delivery. As part of this process, it is my goal to eliminate the digital divide by achieving over 90% internet.
We want our tertiary students to live on campus so that they can stay on campus and learn. There are several instances where students leaving the university and going for accommodation outside the university have either been knocked down by vehicles, attacked by armed robbers, or have found themselves in danger. There are many, many things that we intend to do.
When you look at Nkrumah, when he started this, he was in his 40s. All the people around him were 40s. They were energetic. They were aggressive. They were ready to work. They were ready to stand in the sun. And why are you just standing there and thinking that the old man who you are responsible to look after them? They looked after you before. It's your time to look after them. You are still thinking that they're going to build your future. I think people who are thinking this way are lazy people. They're not ready to get up. And a lot of Ghanaian youth are like that. They think all they have is a voice, and I'm the youth, and I'm the youth. My friend, tomorrow will come, you will no more be the youth. You will be an old man. So if you're going to stand on your feet now and move and make sure that you contribute to the success of the development in this country, you better do it now to be with the history men for tomorrow.
We all know where it is now, but Prof says we should look at the
toilets.
Obi anti 32 years in free age mo. Na kwese ye bi tu ma MPNDC NDC MPP aban. How many now how many years? Obi on kwani nya wo. Kedi o mayo man Ghana. Yet se ho Singapore, Malaysia. Dubai ye kuro. Dubai enye oman o Dubai said the Kumasi wa Ghana no sana Dubai tie but ende obi nyansa ebusuya ba ko nyansa nti ya chichi Dubai ya ma uti Dubai ya o ka say a country on its own 25-30 years ago 32 years ago na ya dia NDC ne MPP no ya di Dubai asase no ya di che Ghana ka beka say yempe ya beka say ye desert ende e take obi nyansa ama esra no so ho no ko hwese de wa ye esra no so enti me hwe NDC ne MPP de omo ya say me be ne ho be kwa akọbọ mu biom pa de e be ye de because omo di omo ne hwambo e bi enti na wo say Bawumia wo power afa na Bawumia hyebo enti Bawumia is making promises whilst he is in power, saying he will change things that he couldn't fix in 8 years. To me, crowd, after now, Shabo. We want to be that. When we be why you about what do we not acquire the line? Ah, or by I know what do we more to fear women that's all. There could be some madam for some year lie anything. And we know we are. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And yes, what mad what bada now every John Dramani Mahama or kasa about betting. Say oba betting tax will be criminal. Or can say me name the or say job no day. The betting way you go take job to they take tax. If I come, I go move the tax. Or no see job no day. Meaning not so no crab in when you man. Now not to make Bawumia by you so maybe. Enti ade ne yeye na nka sa djuma hama ne be biye djuma wo bi entie me ta se ye chekere wo man oko developed countries dodo na enye even the government in power go biye djuma edu be biye de kakra bi eye individuals ene esikafo ne biye djuma na ne ma de ayeye wo na wa be ye o man pegin no wo na be ma system na ye flexible for business wo ma system no eye flexible o fighting man obi kro musika embe overshadow with no who stabilize economy no say the be ya sika ni bi fa ni sika no de shawo man ni mu a won boka and the sika for bebre eyi yo musika kwa de 50 banks e sika for bebre e close nyuma minimum sika for no for workers after covid or for workers e the amount of workers here at 500 why 250 because dollar na cost no ni sika obi import ne ma no e so multiply no nti America for hotel no when we say yaman Ghana yetim no Ghana a business friendly for a foreigner more than a Ghanaian
you recall what me wa manifestos mukoye no but na me bisa me
I'm not challenges na so
cheddar we get cheddar all right but you are not doing politics but cheddar is doing politics
and I'm tell say what they no show wa adwene mu a edem papa mu ba the political system no nipa omo design here no omo design for division
okay
everything the one kwaka obi for so no kontokwa no enti yepe kwa fa so yi ohene a me wi no ba challenges na bisa me so
okay
enti na oba ya mamre mu a mamre bisa wo ja mamre mu ankasa asante for mamre encline African tradition ankasa me bisa wo eye timamufo no ene tusu wo hene ana ye wo mpemufo mu se hene ami bisa me betre say yen je ni munyansa chen abrofo no why ni se hene ye wo mpemufo mu si hene ana say ye ka say never say ebia
de minimi ye pemufo no because some say ebusua penyin no de si
mpemufo ne si hene
pemufo no me si hene
ye fa the power to choose a leader ye fa madomo no
okay
we dey here e wrong ami bisa fact and say the power to choose a leader ye fa madomo ensuyire bi aba ensuyire no te say the covid ba ye no ebra covid ba ye no ye the covid ne cure ye the ma expert say mon ko pe cure mbra ana ye tuma citizens say obi an ko pe cure mbra ye the ma expert na men kire ensuyire aba ebi asigne yiri ene ye say yama every country yama mo we ship kakraka ni nyina mo nko ship ni afi omen Ghana akani to be drive ship no dey na ye ko remu a ye de yankwa ahye do be drive ship ni nsa ni bisaw to choose the driver do be drive ship no the big leadership no yema Ghana for you na choose and yema expert in the choose you expert in the choose and so we design the political system no omo ye very bad obu say edonkuo no okom de wo edonkuo no ye de to mission mo nsa empapa mu beba favoritism beba tribalism beba tiende ye de yi pegini pe onya santini amento ma no we mento man tedi we ofri voter but ye de man expert say expert ye pese yi man pegini emrantie ba ko 7 like the motto and all your way vetting we say we vetting committee yes expert no bet na nim we be sagwa no asem wa kasa we ya hwa adwene we wutirim e de tumi ama then e be do about what time instead say tumi ni the ordinary Ghanaian na say adwene ni ye no ya promise no kraba no akoto aba ya promise no toilet ya no akoto aba we to akoto na expert ye nim say person yo man pegine ameba mesi 16 toilet anka wo so le kwa ya che inti cheddar say he's not a politician, he's coming as a leader because no best the cheddar kase biam say cheddar nya to me ne obese sakuro we ya constitution na da ko ni na e broni da de maye ya fa broni de ya copy yana sebe na rolling style usuro ni na bi ni ya bo okoro kwan we say s gracia da wono ya de empenyimfo bi a omunim say so no penyine no da che osolu akunwa no so a san krofo de betumi akwehye no ye dwomu nyina pa ko gu s gracia ni nti onye bibi nti on kwehye penyine no ka kira me say constitution rate na yen say o man penyine oteso e no only electoral commission penyine ma me bisa so o man penyine oteso eyi electoral commission penyine a e ko say de bebo football Real Madrid with Barcelona na Barcelona aba o de referee enam na eba Barcelona referee e de be di ball until the whole system e set up IGP o man penyine na yi no if man penyine ya bone a obetumi akasa obesa akini sisi a until anytime we say IGP no ye niam bi a the government in power na ni nyo pani afra na ate warning me na we see so until o system na say come and do my bidding dakro make sure kwanya democracy e fa so by the Greeks and the Romans akronfo and the transition system no until great thinkers in the olden age as solitaire said the make us etiam omo ka say ade be emwaye because it is in the interest of certain people challenges na bi ni anya dan ya bebu abedwan ni bia no obenya adofo obenya atanfo interview wo ye me kura no na fa wo nya dofo ewo interview ase obi kometi aka say chale Abraham na mentena ase bo but ende de wo aka say ma pena ase menya dofo ha e bia ha so be ka say ada na Abraham tiwa afi de o kasa about politics inti mentena ase ndi de ba ile say me hu say binum say e bi enti na makodi cheddar tinti o mu follow me bio na politics nya me field na me de ne Bible ene Quran inti no ko ka ba religion na me nia misra wo why not your mind we mu a o say politics en fa na aman yosem efo bia wo efa mbofra ho efa mrewa ho efa nkokora ho emua politics emua ensuo ni mbiye na ka politics ho because yensu asa gina na e politics na akofa ba yeto aban mo man papa amemmo papa anka yensu ansai yen kwanyina gina nsuo emframa enua se enua gbewu abi pegina bewu even enua le bosoro no kora no e ye duty ne say yen say ewia no because a sustaining life if you am yourself doctor ni driver ni police ni engineer ni yenina ye ka ho bi nti wonso no woni bipa e wo say be eduru no me say e wo say ka up to now say Ghana ye serious country a e no buno na ego social media na TikTok na ya ti wona ye agado wachi na ye ti wona ye ina wona na zo ne no me say o come be 4 years ye ba be eduru ni na agro time o to ma Burkina Faso so je ni asole ya joma ni si ke amani ye hu omanya ye wo we unemployed graduate association including ni na nyini every year SHS free SHS na asesa egbegbu awo mo wie school o wa to mo system nim unemployed every year free education without employment is cost 90 free SHS but na because it affairs your friend me bonsam me catch am say me kwa na me mado so anka ba boa me but say o man no ni system no ni foundation ya promise free Also John Mahama so we level 100 free aba. Now the first time now uchi free man ya aka no nto aso. Cost 90. Yan promise free abromani nyina. Ya pese build your mind ya fa dey free. Ya dey nya den ya dey akwokyere and ya dey build the mind the chimba aba benefit. Open the make what masia pa. Okay, my so bit no ka say mama nka about politics na no nti ni pa no mention as it e be ka say ni pa ne say me pa chaw Bible and the Quran and the debate no we never YouTube say no na pa akona kwa this is what reduce viewers and also we followers or more reduce the followers no mo follow o kan na o da bi yawo follower bi ade wechi a okay wo okra no o followers no okay me fan say viewers viewers no because your followers ni na on the video to a on ba behwe o followers no je omo ye ne say obi ane topic wo pe ye obi wo ko interview obi na waka enuro heba asem a o mehwe that's we drodro there and obi wa e da obi be ba waka spirit yasem na o spiritual realm a ye fre bofu obi say on be ba bebu so and obi o de me avram ba obeka say chale nti obi ane de openti omo mudi mechi no ye wo mu a se me ye relationship a no me age because in the film to go to Abraham talk about relationship and obi o wa say me start say me ye jokes keka na ni je but most of them are regret say odwane that obi to regret e me choice o regret say kilo and ye nti asem everything na Samuel Jan baby Samuel Jan na nyine duri Samuel Jan say me ko ka Bawumia ho na ma fa MPP so na me dia build Ghana sports wa e bi nti no so ka cha so ya kwase ya feel you could yourself no say I say o kasa dia ma MPP o say any choice you can criticize him but me afem how ko fa na ti na wa gimi na dia bi ma me ma the reason why in tia politics e ye kire wadwene na me kire wadwene dia o say wujitu mu say unua nyansa bro wo dia jitu ma me ni nhia me nkwa no bye bye what we prove me say John Mahama e ye best cheddar e say me dichi open the make out ma say so what we prove me say Bawumia e betumi abroad Ghana e wo say me accept but I say ade me ye nyim to buda ye me to MPP fofie ye de aponche kuraba me ye hye me NBC atade na MPP atade a meto amana so for me say me kan che say obi de aponche ba me ye hye me NBC ni MPP atade a mun kunere na mfa ne nyankwai na mun kope mi pambe gina wo ye hye aponche atade in some say me akeka na kuro ne say no so have you get challenges for the both MPP and other parties no when your challenges be adabi MPP paying for minimum of craft friend that masa bra why ade say oboa nana omo yin anim no okay oh say the political field being paying for no ene sikafo no omo your friends but political time not me so mo ya tan for because be apetumi tumi ayede what the upper bloggers am Kumasi we na mo ye namfo etumi ko she tia mo what the upper yemfa say award bi mbra me yemfa wo me bloggers na to e be na the challenge well we could found for me one can say bi ukoji award na but enesi ye na sa o say be such a way say e do time o say e kira ya agena ye kira ya agena ye bia na ye chia ye nsem na be build of mine no so at asenti mo di me chia mo bu ofo no ma ye ntia say obi awo ne choice metumi aware oba amepe metumi awo enkoda dodo amepe metumi atena country amepe metumi di aduane amepe metumi ahya atade amepe metumi yi eti amepe metumi ka say me dreadlocks e bi ntina me teaching na me dem ma ko ye dreadlocks wo me videos Abraham ayen pesa o say me need the chibium adan why dread that is how maybe before no mo hwe ni nyanianom obi anti 32 years in free the age mu na hwe say ye bi tu ma NDC MPP aban how many years obi on ko ni nyanwo hwe de omo ayo man Ghana ye te ho Singapore Malaysia Dubai ye kuro Dubai enye oman o Dubai etese say de Kumasi wa Ghana no sana Dubai tie but enne obi nyansa ebusuya ba ko nyansa nti ya chichi Dubai ya ma uti Dubai ya o ka say a country on its own 25-30 years ago 32 years ago na ya dia NDC ne MPP no ya di Dubai asase no ya di che Ghana ka be ka say yempe ya be ka say ye desert enne e take obi nyansa ama esra no so ho no ko say de why esra no so enti me hwe NDC ne MPP de omo ya say me be ne ho be kwa akobo mu biom pa de e be ye de because omo di omo ne hwambo e bi enti de wo say Bawumia owo power afa na Bawumia hyebo enti Bawumia is making promises whilst he is in power, saying he will change things that he couldn't fix in 8 years. To me, crowd, after now, Shabo. Who what is that? When will be why you about what do you not acquire the line? Ah, or by I know what you more to fear when that's all. There could be some madam for some year lie anything. And we know we I am. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And yes, what mad what bada now every John Dramani Mahama or kasa about betting. Say oba betting tax will be criminal. Or kasa me name the or say job no day. The betting way you go take job to they take tax. If I come, I go move the tax. Or no see job no day. Meaning not so no crab in when you do. Now not to make Bawumia by so maybe. Enti ade ne yeye men ka sa djuma hama ne be bi adwuma wo bi entie me ta me se ye kekere wo man oko developed countries dodo na enye even the government in power go bi adwuma edu be bi de kakra bi eye individuals ene esikafo ne bi adwuma na no ade ayeye wo na wa be ye o man pegin no wo na be ma system na ye flexible for business wo ma system no eye flexible o fighting man obi musika and overshadow with the no stabilize economy no say the be ya sika ni bi fa the sika no the show man ni mu a won boka and the sika for bebre eyi yo musika kwa the 50 banks e sika for bebre e close nyuma minimum sika for no for workers after covid or for workers e the amount workers here at 500 why it 250 because dollar na cost no ni sika obi import ne ma no e so multiply no it's a sika for what no when say man Ghana yetim no Ghana a business friendly for a foreigner more than a Ghanaian
you like what do me we manifestos mukoye no but na me bisa me question I'm not about challenges so say cheddar we get cheddar all right but you are not doing politics but cheddar is doing politics
and I'm tell say what dey no show adwene mu a edem papa mu ba the political system no nipa omo design here no omo design for division
okay
and you see the one kwaka obi for so no kontokwa no enti yepe kwa fa so yi ohene a ne we no ba challenges na bisa me so
okay
enti na wo ba ya mamre mu a mamre bisa wo ja mamre mu ankasa asante for mamre encline African tradition ankasa me bisa wo eye timemufo no e metu so wo hene ana ye wo mpemufo mu se hene ami bisa be betre say yen je ni munyansa chen abrofo no why me se hene ye wo mpemufo mu se hene ana say ye ka say never say ebia
de minimi ye payfo no because some say ebusha payin no de si
mpemufo ne se hene
payfo no me si hene
ye fa the power to choose a leader ye fa madom no when they hear a wrong I mean bisa fa say ya man Ghana ensuyire bi aba ensuyire no te sese de covid ba ye no ebra covid ba ye no ya de covid ne cure ya de ma expert say mon ko pe cure mbra ana ya tuma citizens say obi an ko pe cure mbra ya de ma expert na men chiro ensuyire aba ebi asigne yiri ene ya say yama every country yama mo we ship kakraka ni nyina mo nkwahye ship ni afei o Ghana akani po be drive ship no ni na ye kowre mu a ye de yankwa ahye de be drive ship ni nsa ni bisa to choose the driver de be drive ship no de be drive ship no yama Ghana for na de choose ana yama expert in the choose e expert in the choose enti And so we design the political system no. We are very bad. Aha. What would you say? Edom kuno or come de wo. Edom kuno ye de two mission on sa empapa mu beba. Favoritism beba. Tribalism beba. Tiende ye be yi pegini pe onya santini ame ntoma no. We me ntoma ntedi. We of revolta. But ye the expert say expert ye pese yi man pegini. Emrantie baako 7. Like the motto, and all your vetting. We say we're vetting committee. Yes, expert. No one better than him. We be someone who has a new wakasa. We are doing it to me amount. Then it will do about what time. Instead of 2 minutes, the ordinary Ghanaian, some are giving me, you know, you're promising the craba, no akotwaba. You're promising the toilet here, no akotwaba. Look like what an expert in 7% of your man paying. I'm about missing 16 toilets. And also the poor yache. The Cheddar say he's not a politician. He's coming as a leader because no one best the Cheddar Cassidiam. Say Cheddar near to me, best of Sakuru. Your constitution that will be nah. You bruni the demand. Your Fabruni dearly a copy Yana. 7 now rolling style. Was one year maybe in the book. No, quite. What do you say? As Gracia that one. Yeah, the impeniophobia. Omunim say so no pay no. Dache osoli akunya no so a san krofo de betumi akwehye no ye dwomu na pa ko gu es gracia ni nti onye bibi nti on kwehye panyine no ka kira me say constitution na kira yen say o man panyine oteso e no only electoral commission panyine ma me bisa so man panyine oteso eni electoral commission panyine a e te say ne bebo football Real Madrid be Barcelona na Barcelona aba o the referee enam na eba Barcelona referee e be di ball no into the whole system e set up IGP or Mampeni ne yino. Into Mampeni ya bonia obetumi akasa. Obesa akini sisi ya. Into anytime we say IGP no, ye maybe the government in power ne nyo pani afra na tene warning. Now do you see so? Into omo your system they say come and do my bidding. Dakro make sure kwanya democracy e fa so by. The Greeks and the Romans akronfo and the transition system no. It's great thinkers in the olden age as solitaire to say the make us etiam. Omukasa ade be MYA because it is in the interest of certain people. Challenges in the day. Anya dan ya be bia be brand bia no, obenya adofo, obenya atanfo. Interview we me kra no. Na fa we nya dofo e wo interview ase. Obi kometi aka say Charlie Avram na maintain ase but ende de wo aka say na pen ase menya dofo ha. E bia ha so be ka say Adan Abraham tiwa afede or kasa about politics inti mempenna send you. The Bible you say me who say binum say e bi enti na makodi cheddar tinti omu follow me bio. Na politics enya me field. Na me de ne Bible ene Quran inti me ko ka ba religion. Na me nia misra wo. Why not your man we mu a o say politics emfa na. Aman yosem e fo bia wo. E fa mbofra ho, e fa mrewa ho, e fa nkokora ho. Emua politics emua ensuo ni nwie nyina ka politics ho because yensu ya say nyina e politics na akofa ba yet to aban mo man papa amemmo papa anka yensu ansay yen kwa nyina gina nsuo emframa enua se enua nyina wu ani pe nyina bewu even enua le bosoro no kora no e ye duty ne say yen say enua no because a sustaining life if you are yourself doctor ni driver ni police ni engineer ni ye nyina ye ka ho bi nti wonsom no woni nipa I was saying the eduru no me say me I was saying up to now say Ghana is serious country and no na e go social media na TikTok na ye te wona ye agado wachi na ye te wona ye ina wona na zo ne no me say o come be 4 years ye ba the eduru ni na agro time o to ba Burkina Faso so je ni asole ya joma ni si amani yehu omanya ya wo we unemployed graduate association including near na every year SHS free SHS na assessor egbegunu mo wie school what to no system name unemployed every year free education without employment is cost 90 free SHS but na because it affairs your friend me bonsam me catch am say me kwa na me mado so anka be boa me but say o man no need system no need foundation you promise free also John Mahama so I we level 100 free aba na the first time na uchi free man ya dey aka no wan ento aso cost 90 yam promise free abromani nine ya pese build your money yam fa free ya de nya den ya de akokyere and ya de build the mind the chimba abe benefit opede make an what masia pa
okay
nti so bit no ka say mama ka about politics na no nti ni pa no mention as it e make say ni pa say me pa chaw Bible and the Quran and the debate no we never YouTube say no pa hwa kona kwa
this is what reduce viewers and also we followers or more reduce the followers no we follow kanina
dabi yawo follower bi ade wechi a
okay
wo okra no o followers no okay me fan say viewers viewers no because your followers ni na on the video to a on ba behwe o followers no je omo ye ne say obi ane topic wo pe wo obi wo ko interview obi na waka enuro heba asemo a o mehwe that's what dro there and obi wa e da obi be ba waka spirit yasem na o spiritual realm a ye fre bofu obi say on be ba bebu so and obi o de ne avram ba obeka say chale nti obi ane de openti omo mu di mechi no ye wo mu a se me ye relationship a no me age because in the film to go to Abraham talk about relationship and will be or what I start to say me jokes keka na ni je
but most of them are regret say odwane
that obi to regret I am a choice no regret say you know and yen ti asem ebunti na Samuel Jan baby Samuel Jan na nyine duri Samuel Jan say me ko ka Bawumia ho na ma fa MPP so na me dia build Ghana sports wa e bi ti no so catch so ya kwase ya Fear could do something. They will say, I saw Casadia, MPP or something. Any choice. Okay. You can criticize him. But me offend how confident and the team where Jimmy and Daddy. Man, know the reason why in Tia. Politics are yet to the wagon. I mean, to the wagon. The also G2 will say, Bawumia, Nyan Sabro, what they are G2. Mamma Nishia, no quano bye. What we prove him to say, John Giovanni Mahama, and your best change cheddar against him with teaching. Okay, the make out to say. So to be prove them say Bawumia ebe to me brother Ghana e was say me accept but I say ade me yin to would da you me to MPP fo fie ya de aponche kura ba me ye hye me NBC atade na MPP atade a meto amana so for me say me kan che say obi de aponche ba me ye hye me NBC ni MPP atade a mun kunere na mfa no nyankwan na mun kope nipa mbegina wo me ye hye aponche atade in some say me akeka na kuro ne say no so
have you get challenges for the both MPP and other parties no when your challenges
be adabi MPP paying for minimum mo craft friend da masabra why ade say oboa nana omo ina nim no
okay
o say the political field being paying for no ene sikafo no omo your friends but political time not me feel so mo ya time for because be apetumi tumi ayede what the upper bloggers am Kumasi we na mo ye namfo etumi ko she tia mo what the upper yemfa say award bi mbra na yemfa wo me bloggers na to e be na the challenge why we go be found kwa me won kase bi ukoji award na but emesi ye ne sa e was say be such a way say do time we say e kira ya adwena ye kira ya adwena ye bia na ye chia ye nsem na ya be build of mine no so at asenti mo di mechi a mo bu ofuro ma ye ntia se say obi awo ne choice metumi aware oba amepe metumi awo enkoda dodo amepe metumi atena country amepe metumi di aduane amepe metumi ahya atade amepe metumi yi eti amepe metumi kasa besa me dreadlocks e bi ntina me teaching na me dem ma ko ye dreadlocks wo me videos Abraham ayen pesa o say me need the chibium adan why dread that is how maybe before no
ene attempt bia ode emema ne mema aware ne ma aware ebe fore obi hu bia no emfa the Ghana for obi e ka de say na na do dan ko kufu ado ne like mamu Bawumia e mu mre so na mu wi mote emema ne ma aware mo pene so emma ne ma aware mo pene so enya dia ebetumi a change bibia wo Ghana wo edi dia ye ka de say na na do dan ko kufu ado ne like mamu Bawumia so mu nim say mema ne mema aware enya dia bill and 1 year 1 sign because it's a Supreme Court akate saa bia ne nye enya de papa na chemo yonko na mjiro utuban no enu bi
ana na na da nko kupuado ena na adwuma bu Bawumia ene ne dom nyina omoye binya debate you and I say any debate you NDC for the focus na me boy minority for abaso say no mutu issue statement e ka say Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia on the economic management team chairman so pe debate bia omra parliament because say can for that ma o minister of finance no every year bia meja wodi na chi jonjonjonjo ba parliament ho eba be ye
ba na jonjonjo ne ifri
you wodi na chi o say pi kata
jonjonjo na was
okay no wodi na chi yo
you say
na no na wodi na chi ko na ti wodi na chi yo wodi na chi yo oh you donkey David how donkey that is oh donkey David that's why we do how can this donkey be
no
so now we must yes, but you are not representing the people. I am the moderator of the show. I'm the moderator of the show. Don't allow any donkey like Wakubwai to insult everybody.
Kwame, mesre ya hwefo nyina se nka me pese mekọ de sei but ye bibia emwa me na show no bete so
I live for you so that proceed
obasa ya me ba mu obi ka se mi fa ho a me pere ma ne kan fa ho enti o ka no me twi na adwene se bibi so enti mo me ka se wie kwaku saa junjun no ene yo mu de atwesan na me yada
me ne ate na ye guy bi me nyansa ni mu de mabobra se bodam ni mu gare na bodam ni ba ho a so oba bodam ni oba ho semi illiterate bodam ni e ba ho so oba be pamo fa dwaya emfa ho akuru eni sa bodam ni no echi bodam fo de omtu ye bibia o ya se
kokumi da sinti ba mo da mo ye di no be da se
me mo da pe nyansa me ni ate me sai guy wa bobra semi illiterate go paper what is no health certificate no semi illiterate health certificate just write your name
no smoking. Now, so do baby fufu bia obetumi ahye water. Anti say somewhere we yemu na ya say yebu ye ni aguso a eyi say Supreme Court won asanya twen adwene asiso. Na me America ni say Nkupon in his own wisdom ena obo niema o si se yen wisa niema no wasase ne so na se yeni jehu na eyan kono a yen fa mmeyen na den ena niema bi wo hono na odi ben wankasa wo hu na woni se ebema wonsunsu ansu bi a na wodi achi eja kwabra hwese ne Nyankopon bo obia na obo yen mmerema eninti emusi obia enu oberema behia na wodi wo ho abum wie a wonwetumi awo mofra na mofra ne ase abedority se empoano anua anyebia yembisi ahusi wona eye gay ene lesbian wonwetumi awo te se empoano anua wotumi inti yembisi ahusi tam na ne papa enu ma mehia na wo wo no onu den na orijaw ama nyenenano. These are questions are person uya sa society ma ubisa hu but according to say no ya mesike die ni mukama ade a yenim say enye kura no essence sikenti na ye die chi Nkupon edu mrebi Sodom Gomorrah ebe yesi Nkupon punishing one simply because niema bi anu wo ye no na entwa yi but say no yes you no bia to extend say answer na ubedi yemu just oberima na oberima akoda just obia na obia akoda I mean you know won tiase emma inshira emma omanu anase impuntu bia anye den emba omanu enti se obi bekwa jina baby no bekase essence sikanti maybe a group of people here where kitwe bia ni na mababe kwama na makase because they have their right yeah baby our right I mean the same yema bebre
what's your opinion on the assembly cultural law lecture or University of Science and Technology University of Ghana Dr. Prince Obri Kran ono di need any age na yamra upon your constitution so say fundamental human rights enti no onipa no eyono the human rights the ho kwan a owo so ye dia ebeboa no enoye enti say o kire mo say yampene ema bema enchusu ne sexual partner a opera na say o man ne mra pon na ye fundamental human rights no ye tietia so so onipa no ena de ne ho na se ebia okwa so fa so edi ni mpemu agoro no se yese ebia kasetia ya mpene so a na human rights na ya da to constitution mu no na yese bu eni aguso nti no ya tra to ani ya ne ye no ehia nti court no hwe na nka onka ho asem ama saruli ya but any constitution na this asem nyina be
ena me kesi wan kasa yin constitution na da ho na nkasa no aye outmoded ni me bebre wo ma esese etugu hwe eya kwabna emre bia etwemu a ye nenanum ne ye nenan kanso amoti ase na wo yusu constitution na won ankasa assemba wotena si ahemfi ana wotena si ogwam na wodi asem no asumema se ya yesi ye nie bia to extend say obi nya asem a jesi ye de book tutu na ya tro na ya kinkan ya be kinkan be wie no asumde bia ni waba bisa hu se emre bia atwam se nananu mutenase nu wodi asema wodi asem ni wi a afani ni nyina wotumi kuma akoko no wodonsa anase won ka won abum no didi se mura ye woni bisa se obi di asem kokot no hia ni akora oni akora nko di bibi bo tim esan se ye nim se adi we da bi amra na ese se wodi to no won fanto obi be jina nkrata na so no akase nkrata obi atwro asa amre na oni pa ko no twro no ye nim nia ewo ni tim ye nim nia wadi e ye nim ebia obi abufu a wahyen na ye nyina ye betena se wadi we eno ne ye de ba be ye adwuma enti se you say you ye de ye adwuma so we be showing constitution na se loopholes be abedi dem tokuru abedi dem e ma se obi etumi fa constitution no no so kotu bibi de be wi achi no ye de akokot na court nso akwa se na won ahihia hwehwema wo se esesa nke ye ne se na nka eye den na ja kwabele so won wo birth certificate na kire se wo ye Ghana ni ewi achi no wo se esan se obi in his own wisdom or person policy be benti wo se sa birth certificate lukra no it doesn't qualify you to become a Ghanaian unless you be ukita a card passport no kwanso the same thing. We keep asking ourselves and we bring the brain and in the diaba beduha and nase then one person what gayism, one lesbianism, one person one in moyada and in asefu, we don't care, but don't let us have the impression say omemuha adibia kwandema ubetumi akoso nwaye so we ye wo dema obia no ni asem we ya do wo dema obi ba be ka to say obi fa hudi na otete obi fa hudi baby unless say ebia ubonyom wo mfi na wo ha to extend say echo the next door neighbor no ka to say o krachi le wa ne kakra na wo le wa ne na nkwan na wo show dem na sawa obetumi asan ba ho otumi ma okay but ya no ye pese ya nyini na ya mfa emrebia ntutu ho a yebedu lorry station no bia na obiada yebedu train station no berima na berima da yebedu efuma yabakohwe no bia kwachi okisi a oni nida enu ni empese ebeba because enu ko ba na akwete say
yeah me da say kwame ya demra na e chichire oman e demra na chichire ko ya demra so na e bobra na emra kunini no efisoro de nyako de oboye no ene ne emra kunini a eno wo nti ebitu akase emra hoda ye nyina no ye pone bi e di free tumi bi na ewura no ho na ye de aye emra na utie se de lawyer ye de koyi ya wona we lawyer wa call law school a unimu emra mu pa se ono si ni nyina so ne se mo ma hye emra se fundamental human rights mo bi anti to bi afa hodie so ewo na na mo bi otu dem ahodo bi dia ene na me de me enti no utie se de usi kansam na o se Maminka was the suit was initiated by a law lecturer at the University of Ghana, Dr. Prince Obri Kuran, who argued that Section 104A, Section 104AB of Act 29 violated Article 14(1) of the Section 104(1)B of Act 29 violated Article 4(1) of the 1992 Constitution, as it deprived homosexuals of the liberty to select their intimate sexual partners and their right to engage in intimate sexual conduct without state interference. Etinim omane me apono ofebi ene ofebi no akamuti abom ene mobrama ehyiamani nyiye se obere ma betu akochusu ono a ne sexual partner se ne yonko bema na one yonko bema na akochusu no ebe kokoda wo bra oman no ede ne hunu wura esa mre yi ne se do bobo ni na Supreme Court abogu se eni merit eni nyina so bia se gina so etumi ka se be ja tuma na tumi ayeyi mamiti so adu chesi mabe yinsia kwame
yo jam da se bebre mame mfa kwanya we na menchia wa hwefo ba bi wa fidi kase ne koduru bia ye ma omu nyina ache na His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia onena bedi achiri Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe omuso gu aproboso dendenden ene party ma omoboabo omo said the beya election 2024 no MPP be ko so aye ne nyuma pa issue we na down no ja yenya kwanya is a big platform say if you say we belong to a political party be ye ba yenka say we belong to a political party you should not hide behind the scene and be making comments be a force just to paint a particular party be. So it doesn't make your discussion no so you open up saying you belong to this particular party. I am setting the record on this issue this morning. Said the Ninian say yeah the bill to President Akufo-Addo so on sign and then the name so Emma make a Supreme Court. Per what you just read, you know, there is no declaration comparing President Akufo-Addo to sign any bill. Nti so ba we figure nso beka say man pamuni na sign enti a man call Supreme Court. It's a falsehood, total lies. Maybe kind. Even there was an injunction restraining the president from signing the bill. And before the clerk of parliament make an attempt to serve the president on this bill, no, not the matter no court. We a fast will be a kuruma. So I don't tell none of pay your president better use opportunity because a president name sign a minty and I'm some now could do Supreme Court. The second issue I want to state in is say more casa and say president more casa say president person be sign. The same people are saying say Supreme Court run MPP for the Google president is MPP for Google. If that is the case there, now say I'm passing MPP for the go Supreme Court there. Now president in the door mark there, and this ruling should have been in favor of the president. And I'm a until no massam no more cano out of place. Maybe kind propaganda na mo pasa mo yeni nyina no atonsuo. The settle records on here can yen cancel the assembly. We only kwanse nya kwanya ditro. Settle record on my
issue na da hono no so da jaw kan ya the million where ya atomo de say the binu so pese ya kire no ya bible ya kan no we be trans ya digest I will say issues should be on ameboa but I can tell you say so fire ya be mine or mine Ghana in particular ya mra no bebre wo ha ya fa free tire konkon na ameboa so kind 1 Corinthians chapter 7 verse 1 down na o se berima obeja ne maame obeja ne papa ne o maame ho na ode ne ho akobata oba na ma ye honam koro anameboa wankase berima ebeja papa ne o maame ho na ode ne ho akobata berima and sanya ma we nyina no the scripture ne kan nyina no ofa aman bebre constitution na ewo ye nan constitution bia ruwa ye baka say constitution we no eye 100% in the developed countries no when constitution and that is why every constitution bia ye we ba bia no ye want the interpretation aspect say ye interpretation aspect mean shame say what that kwabra bi won say won tiasia then you have a right so the Supreme Court na court every country be a one country or more kasi constitution in your papa na and country me say country we more constitution you need the interpretation aspect hosa enti baby if say loopholes no Supreme Court no chire mu a na baba ye mra now sa na ye kan ho asem say lesbian and gay ayini nyina no even na a criminal code mu 1960 at 29 a section 104 no say berima no o berima beda anasa oba no oba beda no dia frowns upon ye criminal code no ayewo ewukromase ndi na ye mra ewo ho dada a criminal code 1960 at 29 section 104 no. Now comes 1992 constitution beto samrana and then the supreme law of the land no and you say who say yeah yet you be an your fundamental human right but when me say who say fundamental human right no a right you betimi dia ye nyama e wo insusanso wo bonu wo man so ana the fact say a Jacob na wo fa hudie no woni ye bia wo be ya e be won sunsanso boni wo man so no the constitution be prevent you me no access ahun say lesbian and gay right no obia nim say we be a undeniable fact say si ya makwan say sa de we nkoso a e de yade ahodo ne ahodo ne beba and sa yade ahodo ne ewom no so no e will impact on our society. Yes, anity. Until then, as I say, young castle were fundamental human right in Tino. And constitution, like I said, fundamental human right now, you can't want them no. And you're absolute restriction, you're there. Oh, yes, I have my right, you know. And yet, even there say a Supreme Court decision, a Supreme Court to make justice, the chair or pension, and the mad, really no. Gatti versus Attorney General. And Omoka say, some fundamental human right will be sorry say, yes, I know. And you're absolutely, let's also run in your open away. Until the already decision say, yeah, my own yen your open, and Bassana, and no mind children no. And the Supreme Court to naturally chill him. You should the effect in the Supreme Court to not Nasia. Or not shed the larger effect now, right now, can now one, and what on the society. Say larger effect no at way or minor you na ya ma kwan ma wonye and then the Supreme Court here dey and the aban and as I say obia ye mo obia kwan under the 1992 constitution no obia access to the judiciary Ghana need bia access to the judiciary so person practicing the gay me see a man kwan no emra man ho kwan man kokko to kobisa say we na me pese me ye and only the interpretation aspect of the constitution so what I say yes until me kwa yes pese me ye gay o man so o monti ase o me pass mra and no going to court no yentimi nsi kwan eyo no right so obekọ court no kokọ duru court na court say masini kwan ya obetuma implement
David
ultimate implement. Now there is a Supreme Court decision from the highest court of the land say lesbian gayism or whatever no yentimi practicing or omaima. The matter ends there. And the issue said obi na dey court no. You remember Professor May set up the Constitutional Review Committee. So set it up. And yet President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and the castle being Franco Court. But that had been the white paper report. White paper no a band on all successive president or mine ye can once them. And that time now white people no Babronteno. President Mensina or America no when we June 2012. The acting president are now actually former President John Dramani Mahama. On the issue white paper no I catch the Ghana phone in our say recommendation. This is a white paper anyway. White paper on the report of the Constitutional Review Commission presented to the Parliament. Now what report now? Page 43. Obian ubetuma go say digitalization here aduma. Me I prefer this one. But who call phone so no about the white paper report on the Constitutional Review. Tie recommendation on the mai. Any near government ni so here dey accept here. Page 43. Issue 1. Discrimination. I say equality and freedom from discrimination. And committee members, you know. So mo committee members ni mranin pa wa ben wo mramu Professor Abekodo Fiado. So ni one na Constitutional Review chair no. Raymond Atububa, Dr. Nicholas Yao Amponsa, Gabriel Puaman a Supreme Court to say no can ho bi. Na Mrs. Sabina Oforibuaten or Sabel Makosi after the second or Manino Ogwa Traditional Council. Kumbu Nanyini, the second Paramount Chief of Kumbugu, Omini members, and Ajian Aduko Mensa, Omini Hubi. Page 43 of the report now, Professor May set it happen. Yentin Momokafa again. I see equality and freedom from discrimination. Issue 1. I see government accept the recommendation. Now, issue 2. Recognition of lesbian and gay rights. I say government has taken note of the Constitutional Review Commission recommendation that the legality or otherwise of homosexuality be decided by the Supreme Court if the matter comes before the court.
Okay.
It is a bit better now. Akufo-Addo na say ye sign. And also on sign na Supreme Court. This report is exposing Nipakoro. And this report dates back in 2012, June 2012.
Okay.
And you know, no, said they will be a can. You have the larger effect.
Okay.
As for my Ghana, as a small country. Afena, yentin fair Hong Kong to America, or yen lesbian, when you say UK, but yet to my and in this country, President Nankata in 2018 and 2020 made a bold statement, issued the official statement saying, okay. The president has every right, now that the Supreme Court are making a declaration saying,
okay.
And okay, some interpretation article 2:1. Okay. I say want to be biased. Until the president now, as Supreme Court, there are other cases in Nigeria. Every under follow suit. The become law.
Okay.
I'm a president here. And president is what I'm going to say. Obi right to challenge your court. Obi right to go to court. No. President to be able to take from the person. Until the according to Supreme Court, President to swap try say, or do my man be your man. Not Supreme Court to make declaration. Are you telling the viewers say President Baka's on time?
Okay,
so we must be careful the way we propagate the good propaganda against the seat of the government.
Kwaku, Kwaku, you share Sad Genesia Abbey. Minimum Asamu Biba. Obia obibia ofani free na so yewuro mu a kokuni ni no de ombeka no
ena ya nyina yefa na utie asem no tofa bomu je se buru ni nyina obukan tiawa se enseda eni enyina so bia eni merit entino the sentino womu adismiss asem no ya bogu ene se be a edre de hoye de be ko so nyina pe this ruling no ebe ma sa anti LGBTQ+ emra na hu sem ekoba tobe nyina no ibenya no pemesi be prekope ne hu nyina to ye ho ahenhan na bibi ato atwa kwaku
okay
ma kwa 6 minutes nso ma no okasa brosa se be na chitia
eja menchia minia nananto ne kwame
abona makasa 15 minutes ba ma
menchia omapani John Dramani Mahama income president aina nkopa to nso egune so obi a wotema owodo na owo Ghana eda na koma so ba be Ghana yie na odi Ghana dru obochebo atase so la ahokyere no Hawaii wumu yetumi ayefro na Ghana fa ntuma pefra no ampani John Dramani Mahama me da watse me chiawo ono abedi akire na oyire me ma me madam Lodi na Mahama ya me nka mo ne ndi zimpani fo nyina eja kwa ateme de say ka say ma ne me ma ware de na me ma ne me ma ware de enya de ya de pa say be ma be tna ho so kwa wale ni nua be ma na oba kwa tna ho aka say me kwa wale mi nua oba ayete na na do kwa kufu ado ne nua no bi ne Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia no ana mo he da ntiase sa asem no ene no no omam ya twumutan ade awa beduru ba bia yeduri ko nkan yesa ade a ana nka na do tiase se oman mu nipa ate be ma de be ma wale nipa so ba no ba wale a me njo se kra ate nka be kokot
longo kan sa no apa kire sen esan se ena de som no obi na de
ni na do esune ne ban ene ne postry ena ebodi nkofo bi ben nkofo bi so enya akokoduro Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ena na do dan nkofo ado mu tu no mo ban ena mu postry the way o mu si so asebulum ena ma ebodi nkofo nka se na president prokoro ta kunya so bu utie ne ye ne nsam keka bia wonya emema ne mema wale obeso so Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia utie ne nsam ne keka bia wonya ma ne ma wale obeso so ema ebodi me ba ho ema ebodi nkofo because your memha na tap ma sam yahu say mema ne mema de mpremo mo wale ema ne ma mpremo mo wale na na dan ko kufu ado ne lawyer kese da me fa ne si yie akutampa satma na ado dan ko kufu ado de atam court say ana say NDC de asam court say electoral commission ni woni yentimi yie into won hwe maye no na ado dan ko kufu ado lawyer ado di nanim oye duma with fame ono akutampa nya me fa ne clearance yie ado di animu say sa ade no Ghana ni bia no bituma ko bi crash de yam se be ma ne me ntumi ngware oba no be ntumi ngware na na do ko fo do ntumi ene ba like Mahmoud Bawumia and me nyɛ team play to an kata baby ye nye ne sa na no ya no wo ya ta wo du mu ase no man ko fo bo de bi eti jaje wo ye no
so no ye ni
o ye lawyer ni na ye teacher mo yonko na me nche wusu no ban nto o ye lawyer ni no an yonko no na na mfo no mi so ne ban anu wo mu no ene ma na lawyer no nso enya ata kokodro de ye ana di ya be du be bia ye dru o san kenya sa efu ho ana semin e ko parliament for to mu bo ho parliament ajatum e ko ya more than 1 year se mema ne mema ware ye ya mpreso oba ne ba wale ye mpreso Ghana ya soli nyina mpe traditionalists from mpe muslimi from mpreso it na be na science na we nye dwuma o ma so an ko fa na lawyer Richard Ska o ye dwuma wona na ado dan ko kufa do frame no ba brante ne ma so de ko court MPP for the sponsor man the kwab which ko masters by what say you my one another dan ko kufa chamber and what the court
does that
and can be
say or no
can be to be na dia
obi tu fie na eden
no ye kromfo na da bi oku wi ade ba na ye ka kire ne sa ko ye wo fie do ye kromfo wo te da bi onye kromfo na da ko akọ wi ade ba na ye twa ne nsa
me aso ne nsa no aduane de kutane de ba me ka ho a na wa ba se bone e na ma ne yesa
oyekrofo so far as me hu so obokro de me to be ka so oyekrofo
edi na na do da ayi otufo ala ayi napo e ko de so one thing obi an kan kire ba what ma test yasu mu ade
what bono onyi
de what ma tete wo sa on ka so ni bi
sie
on ti kata what say
man tete
wo sa what say en ko fotu mu ade ba man tete wo sa
that is it and ono on mi sansa na ba na tie
then what
bono onyi ni se
one ka so ni tata mo ka de two different
ya bebu na o ka
say what say en ko fotu mu ade ba let am tete wo
good meaning say
one ka say en ko fotu mu ade ba wu ade
meaning say ono de ba no nimu no oniba no se ya watiti bi ya
sa no patire ene sa no patire
sa na me so
ene sa na otiate wu mi e se do otiate ndi problem se do otiate
yo kwaku bi tio
so ana o ma obi ofin chamber e court se na na de no anye e bele na nto ansan pani ampa e be pem ne na na blan koku fa na laadi mamu bo mi aso mo nye nto
sa sam no
ane nam e wo court
the court see the
asem no e wo court nti yenya nsa yentia na ensem bi bra court a na de dan koku fa na laadi mamu bo dua o mo buso yentia ana sa bi bra court a ya buso nti morals and say sabe bia o man ye dream ni ese mema ne mema ware ye mpreso e man ne ma ware ye mpreso me ne mpu kwa de supreme court kwa kati so tekana na do dan kwa kufu ado gidi preso a alaji mamu bo nya gidi preso ba ka to se supreme court akan o edum fam na me
na really ne bada ben really ne bada ben this particular
to me enu anu to me akata o se
remember shenin so sa rule go no anfa anti LGBTQ+ in some ho per se o hwe ne chabi no o hwe de won a ejina sa anti LGBTQ+ mbra no so de asem court na Chaska Aboni din na ewura ko mi refi ni din ewura ko aso ka ho obi mi enu no dabi ni din ni ye meka ni din no busan kran din bi mekai ono no kwana sam no Supreme Court akasa kwa say enche bia na sam hwe no ma yefi one time say na be betu ma bie kwan 30th of this month ya
ko be afi afemi e ko to say ko be afi ni
be e fa sa
last year ne ko
almost by
last year
this year it's the one e fa sa sam no emra no potin de court say de pa mi no e ko Supreme Court say one mo hwe say na be ya one be hwe ye say de ana court on ma court no kasa mi wi
court no kasa bi ya prema court no kasa mi ngi na de court ana kwala mo say nkutupa e ma na de court say sa bi le mo bring you so ni do empire petrol o ye penia ma no kasa ye penia kana na ado be kasa say your Supreme Court akata ya prema ma na ma wale ni ma wale di e de no so be na de masai na de program ba wono ni sini le ban e na kasa ya de won ye on to me kan and kan alai mamu do ya no suni ne ban ko e de wo sa e de gana ko di ablu ba on to me pray e ma na nya ne ne chena enti yan de ya kan say e da kwabra Supreme Court akasa ye mpa ba ye bo ne say so Supreme Court akasa
15 minutes
e da wa na ai sam no so na e wo court no say you know align no mo nam so na no ma fa so no ma pray me ye de ade na kwase na na ado nsem say e tuma si ye ni je na alaji mamu bo ni ntu telefo no kan kan na we dey sign na yes I gu yenu ase international community gu yenu ase Ghana fo gu yenu ase nsoro fo gu yenu ase ama soro fo be kwa ka method cancer be katai so na do sign we go come council mucho problem be katai na do sign charismatic mucho problem gat na do sign what one sign why do you take it the back ana do brand one je
men person for your issues so be kan was but we be say mucho adwini se bibi so say we want some more court see any way some more court you mean no obi to ko jina baby e fa so bi da ye bi
me say Supreme Court na your want see o na do nka so one person ma dia to bi
there be and somebody do a Supreme Court to anchor you. The last guy. And you want to see the man in the court. The one in the court. I mean, we need to say. I do not want to go ahead man. We need to go ahead man from the you could tell. We need to go ahead man. You know, I'm on the lawyer and trying to find I'm document that say yeah face here me that say me that say and then I say my wife and I say my wife and say so and I discuss other issues so because some now can because questions be boy say between bisa because the American na make say asem court na say court ni asem ni ya na pedi to me so dey koka say court and asem dey it is rather parties can go them what this can go them and try to say on the court and na dey e be you court that dey na billion to go them pass court one guy say
asem na person kan bisa mumia Kwame wakan recommendation the last chapter of it Emma say we recommend say we should give them their rights gayism and lesbianism asem da kwa me pese
no never we should give them almost say matter no
the recommendation say as human rights
as a recognition of lesbian and gay rights issue 2 government has taken note of the Constitutional Review Commission recommendation that the legality or otherwise of homosexuality be decided by the Supreme Court if the matter comes before the court
Supreme Court SCC but Parliament also the bill be by anambwa Parliament the bill no call or the common president no president don't mean signing answer kokota na
ebra mo de bill no call no and ankrata fi mampani so e by say mama clerk no and frank krata no emre mampani and say mama mo Ghana for because of asem bakumi no 70
okay
eti no adana yentwen no Supreme Court to NC gina say ebia the last card dey buy e so do dey aba no ye because it's particularly pertaining to that one particular bill no ye free we are mampani osi akwan mienu bi ana e ho no ye fi we enkrata ni ni
kwame person
on sign
Maria propaganda me person kwame ti ase say bill no what they call president on the 4th of March on the 6th of March and Senator Sky at the court into what was preventing the president from signing into between that 2 days then they see sometimes ye can say na what many muku say asem na ye can say yende ye can yemi but that is the reality only preference asem and bill a top president dex so on the 4th ni parents who are so they are family court no on the call me say
but I have to quickly the moment now they use my time now they big problem
Nyabotre
okay for a man so just to be bad them challenge you
no more swami no dey yan say na issues ahodo
no me member ni be na 3 minutes for am very
important me pacho
no di kan say nya kwanya no say kasa o pese o directing crofo no per this issue na ngaza but kwaku ban pese o beti ase because and that discussion na ye no onwunu di ne o graphic ni mo no case ya na ye ma judgment wo ho enora no enye in respect of bill ma ye ka ho ase meboa ana meboa ndiye ma mo tia sa but o ka mi yedin so ba non prepare am ma non prepare because your ma me topics no na so de ma
mo mi di emfa
ka no kula wo mi say bill no ho ase na nya bill no
ho ase
ni aba ni say criminal code na ye section 104 no and a lecturer no e de call ho Supreme Court na di kan so am what ya say bill no ho ase na odi to say Richard Dalesky ye lawyer ni wa akofo ado office no Richard Dalesky no mo nyan call no to the Ghana Bar Association into ntumi practice wa akofo ado law firm e to ba ko ikwaku buanya di no onti ase sa the fact say you are calling to the UK bar no and this you calling to the Ghana bar they say on your practicing lawyer bia wa akofo do law firm e tro ba ko mo di no nti on ti ase manu gogu no mani ma tro ba bia and Ghana bar association lawyers no Richard Delaska na wo so you wa akofo do law firm no ni di nka ho nti ti ase ko kan ba bia mu ho ni ma se ebia issue ma e ba ho aye kan ho asa na wo say eya akofo ado ye omampanyina akofo ado na eso gay so no omampanyina akofo ado a statement in February 2021 e kam obi ati ase say eno no ne pen so published by Peace FM online Manjoy online what the President Akofo Addo has given the strongest indication yet date ni 27 February 2021 President Akofo Addo has given the strongest indication yet about his position on lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender activities in the country. As far as the president is concerned, the legislation of same-sex to become lawful is not a matter he will ever consider. President Neka said. And to what me adie na no ayede aka na say me ka say na wa man ko hu ye no waka je some respondents Akofo Addo de ne ho e twitwi gay hu dia book we da hai an na tire book we and one thing na da so e man first coup d'etat book e le kita no bi anwe a Christopher Muslim community the Christian society the Catholic man first coup d'etat book written by former President John Dramani Mahama page 316 acknowledgement omwa obo omwa baso so omo no e ma ne twere sa book we e former President John Dramani Mahama na ria atiefo no beke na na do ne former President Mahama ho na de no twitwi gay for page 316 paragraph 2 also acknowledgement US National Book Award winner Andrew Solomon for also providing a gracious advance quote. Andrew was also quite generous with his referrals and other such literary resources. I will always remember the fantastic dinner Andrew hosted for me in his Mohammedan home that set the ball rolling. Until talk book, not so acknowledge a gay president here. Na wo na mo na pe ye kwaku banye kasa Akofo Addo de ho twitwi gay enti na me ka se kwaku se so obi abadi abama ni bi se obi woni se obi osuba mu ni kire se wo sa na wote enti mayi na no se se ye ka o se obi de ho twitwi obi a enne Akofo Addo ni papro me da so long time ko mi ye no me ka me mre na du ba to aso so na ye wo je sabama te ne me ni yo two important topics na so ko na me te bi aso ba ka na
30 seconds.
You guys, some people here tell me be a when phone to a New York Times. You're publishing in 10 February 2013. In bed with the president of Ghana, Andrew Solomon writes in the New York Times. I say, according to him, I say, and article in me. I say, according to him, the president personally called to apologize to him a day after his minister had put out an obviously incorrect information. I say, when my husband to be and I met the Ghanaian politician John Dramani Mahama at a French wedding near Accra 8 years ago, I liked him immediately. Go phone to Saint Pierre man and do some article or clear Mahama Yargabeka say. Former President John Mahama Andrew Solomon and we issued this statement say oh John Dramani Mahama former president of Ghana a bra waba a friend wedding our Ghana Hamad Besi and gay wedding bang and a former president
me pacho and Andrew Solomon also pacho say sa the okay kanu na be man na e ware na Andrew Solomon
oh pacho omo Andrew Solomon Jacob you know for a fact to say yeah wo no ma ade na open on pe baby me ti say wo wa no friend na on po over anya no be na wo ti say wa da you remember mama say person woman be so be for you so so na ka say to be and no cross this publication na say you no say
we say baby a okoye no oko adafo say adafo no oba so your brofo we your brofo say brofo mo te say and na say your ba say your ba ma want to when state one first wedding on no me do mama ko si and say a first wedding so the time me do mama ko si ai obeden wo na two adamfo mo fa na do mama twa buku abo na ba so nti enini we ko fu kwa nka e mu ye no na de mu tutu ya first they can some for sense breno atifo de say ya ko and that issue so kwam we say me can say for 30 minutes pe
na some 5 minutes
o say kwam me can say 20 minutes o ha me dan say kwame say debate in 77 and na Ghana for here say you need debate esan say obi kan say sa debate na okan wanse me no okan wie na ayi for the buy say ma pe be dey check kan say we should debate Mahama on the economy and na ayi for so later on the buy say debate bi emra so debate ni here say asoman eno dey hwehwe say omanfo ana say the war system mu e betumi e beboa ma ye won ban han no eno na ye hwehwe debate wu samsam no kwame no exactly 5 minutes.
Oh, because of Namati hunting, meditan, Zansa, can I be massam copy and himfia? Therefore, you know, 1 man time, dear. Ukoba be no say John Twan, you know what? So do Maras, that's all Bacasa or Tiwontia. I say a simple matter. Former President Mahama in 2022. Early 2023 or making statement and check the Harvard University could deliver in lectures here there or Harvard University one former President Mahama outline a Myanmar or my Ghana a far economic crisis ya COVID-19 the other day at the Abba it is all who are outside Ghana utimi kan pefe eche wiase nyina say indeed COVID-19 na aba no aba be say o man Ghana e dia na sini kwan so oba ni krom Ghana dia e nam so person kofo to aba ma ntino on can the same thing na COVID-19 and no ha from ex-President Mahama gives pointers on how African can build back the economy e wanna all outline we on my this statement Nigeria no ka kwana COVID-19 na yede I say African country no say o mana yede I say kra and paragraph 7 of the statement o ma Nigeria on COVID-19 no I say admitted COVID-19 is certainly one of many challenges that have aggravated African vulnerability and exacerbated current growth challenges. This is former President Mahama talking. No, we are no asuma. Papa bi a otemen saben kumswan so mungo ka say economic crisis ya na say o man na enkoyi no eye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na Akufo-Addo na kriti. But on ka say ye tom ta friend with Nigeria na Harvard University no. Wo hu say hono otitura he will be exposed because man now we dina honom no omunim kwana COVID-19 do am fast nti o ko ndi honom no no agye tum se mo menka Africa had ya yemi amode no COVID-19 ase na be take mira tentene antana ya recover nti mira tentene ba recover e wo na ye ma wa be cover o ba ye mani this whole of debate ya ye kan ho asem no e simple matter what ka kire Ghana for say we better change the current government and ameboa ya ditum and one catches what the can catch Ghana for say do abattoa as a say do problem war now be Ghana for to win their heart and yes okay yeah more kwanya not to be as so di Ghana for to get their vote no Babakan this is former President Mahama saying say Ghana ye to about 1 mitra Ghana for
can say Detroit enti mo so Detroit na mo de beba
that's all onipa na all can asem no na ye kan ye nko kan ba bia say so Detroit Ghana nam say ye nkokan ba bia say so di ba ono na aka say wo ko campaign dia e say di tro mean say wo kwana e fa di tro be da Ghana fo na say sa tro na o so di mu be ka kire Ghana fo ye ya say metiawa ye ni ade but the farm sector by sector say Jacobna and the road sector asphalt overlay Mahama former president Mahama was one they was say no ye me fa asphalt overlay wo eastern region asphalt overlay ewo Akuya Santua Avenue yaye ewo eastern region
Akuya Santua Avenue ni fa na wo
eastern region sir bo Koforidua kurom your friend Akwatia oko asphalt overlay Akwatia yaye asphalt overlay and Pabame link Aguraso yaye asphalt overlay enam kwaben yaye asphalt overlay your friend say ansado close yaye babi amugo nyina no obi ani babi ere asphalt overlay abuabuni yaye asini abuabuni yaye de yaye bin soon road asphalt overlay yaye de yaye ufa no region by region Asante region no central region there wo ho central region Greater Accra there and the Dubai Debre Greater Accra asphalt overlay Oyen close yaye Fadama road asphalt overlay young people na there asphalt overlay Foster young people na there Christian school asphalt of Sakuma asphalt overlay ni na ya piti wo kroma and to bring your data bra ye ma wa konya no with data actually say why you we you nam kroma you asphalt ni na ba no kra ye mpankanti because obi adi ni say say aban bi be man scan sana wakasa na aban no and some people here ya green say you social commentator na say obi so on be ka bi mai obi an wo be yesa if the sas can be tuma we go no fear go mani region by region I simple 30
seconds
you pen so under education what can say existing secondary schools be able to make sure so be expand the infrastructure Ghana for about 4 years no South Accra girls Kimbu Accra Academy Presec Okwa Eastern region secondary schools we have one for Asante Prempe Kumasi High St. Augustine India secondary schools that die in one adansan na osi ye and people e be for data ni ya say under na do bank Akufo-Addo from this period to this period these are the buildings that you provide for the existing secondary schools to deal with
okay
and this when you debate sector by sector we are you to do money sika
okay but that's it
brother run away Kwaku
debate mo dem say Mampeni Dada Mahama ne Dr. Bawumia ni debate bia na say open debate bia omra na shebedwom no ni me de ono kro na opportunity sanse o mra pon krama na ho kwan say as a sitting vice president no otuba parliament e be debate wo ho e ma ne yeye eno achi mo san refer say Mampeni Dada Mahama edu biribi no bra mo ka say debate mra no Dr. Bawumia so ko gina o ma tifi do man tem ko kan say Mampeni Dada so open debate ku bebi a na ogina okasa no omra ono no be debate no bi sa on kire o made a o maye no bi so bi sa ade o waye de ama o mo no nya anu wo ho debate or not debate no mami ti so adun kire
simensi ba wasipi na ene activity bia ode emema ne mema aware ne ma aware ebe fore obi hu bia no emfa the Ghana for obi e kan say na do dan ko Akufo-Addo ni like mamul Bawumia e mum reto na mu wi.
Our country is in shambles. Our economy is facing crisis. Our people are jobless. Our children are becoming hopeless because they don't know their future. And our leaders have given up because they failed us as a country. But all we have today is us as a nation. And I want to tell you that 74.9% of this population is between 0 to 45 years. It falls under the youthful age, which means we are responsible for the future of our country. And the only way for us to make it ours is to begin to be responsible for our own people and our own country. Now, the Western world, maybe America or Europe,
and John Mahama. Why he and his people always try to play the victim as if I have issues with them? Let me tell you, Paul. President Mills died on 24th July. 26th July in the morning, around 6 a.m. I got a call from Okudzeto Ablakwa. Not that we were that close, but he calls to say, "Oh, I'm just checking on you." Okay, well, I accept it. 2-3 minutes later, I get a call from Omani Buama. Omani Buama and Ablakwa at the time were two sides of the same coin. Omani was very frontal that, well, Sami called you and he couldn't tell you what he should have told you. But anyway, yesterday, so which means 25th, the day after, we had a meeting with the new president.